something free for every customer. Because there's a new way to enjoy your favorite entertainment at no extra cost. You can now take your TV with you wherever you go. Whatever you're doing. Whenever you want. Even on the go. It's as easy as 1, 2, free. Make sure your GoTV subscription is up to date. Download the new GoTV Stream app from your app store and sign into your GoTV account to get going. Watch on your TV, laptop, tablet, or phone. Watch TV anywhere with GoTV Stream.
You can now advertise on Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. For more information, call 0977 854102 or 0977 536487. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Thursday, the 27th of June 2024 on Parliament Television, and we're here to give you an update of the business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday, and of course we'll give you an update on the business that we expect the House to consider this afternoon. On live commentary, my name is Taza Piri.
Good afternoon, viewers. Also joining Taza Piri on a live commentary. My name is Joe Muyunda Akatama, and we're joined by our two sign language interpreters, Chola Kaoma and Jason Manda.
We now take a look at business that was considered on 2024, and when Madam Speaker recognized the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Mukinga Girls Secondary School in Kasempa District. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly.
And in the second announcement, Madam Speaker did inform the House that the President of the Republic of Mozambique, His Excellency Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, would address the House on Friday, 28th June 2024 at the House President. Excellency, the occasion of his special address to the
went on to consider urgent matters without notice. The following matters without notice were raised. The first one was raised by Mr. Menyani Zulu, who is Nyimba Member of Parliament, and his subject matter was on the critical shortage of water in Nyimba District. This matter
constituency Member of Parliament on the subject matter of the second Deputy Speaker of to the National Assembly.
And the third matter was raised by Mr. Philemon Twasa, who is Kasemengwa Member of Parliament. His subject matter was on the infestation of hyenas in Kasemengwa Parliamentary Constituency. This matter was inadmissible.
Thereafter, the House went on to consider two ministerial statements. Under the first ministerial statement, the Minister of Health made a statement on the 2024 Round 1 Child Health Week and briefed the House on measures being taken to improve the health of children through the implementation of the program.
The other ministerial statement, the Minister of Agriculture made a statement on the implementation of the 2024-2025 Farmer Input Support Program office and briefed the House on the progress made in enhancing the effectiveness and efficiency of the program.
Thereafter, the House did consider questions for oral answer numbers 374 and 375 and Standing Order 80. These are questions of ordinary nature.
Thereafter, there was a message from the President for the reconsideration of the Minerals Regulation Commission Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2024. The clerk read the message, and the message together with the bill stood referred to the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour Matters for examination until further notice.
Thereafter, the House did consider the motion which was moved by Chama South Member of Parliament, Mr. Davison Mungandu, urging the House to adopt the report of the Parliamentary Select Committee appointed to scrutinize the presidential appointments of Mr. Kefas Kampamba Katongo and Ms. Eva Jala to serve as members of the Judicial Conference JSTC and Mr. Jack Kalala to serve as a member of the Anti-Corruption Commission ACC board for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 25th June 2024, and this report was adopted.
The House adjourned accordingly at 18:10 hours, so that's the business that was considered yesterday on the floor of the House. We now shift our attention to today's order paper, and on today's order paper, Thursday, 27th June 2024, we do expect some announcements from Madam Speaker. We also expect Her Honor, the Vice President, to move a motion urging that Standing Order 26-1 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024 be suspended to facilitate the delivery of the special address by His Excellency Mr. Filipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, on Friday, 28th June 2024. And then we do expect, of course, the House to consider urgent matters without notice. Joe?
Thereafter, the House is expected to consider two questions of ordinary nature under Standing Order 80. And we have two questions, just like I earlier said. So the first question is question 376 coming from Mr. Francis Kampianga, who is Mpika constituency member of Parliament. He directed this question to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. He wants to find out when the construction of Michael Churufya Sata School over the public health in Pika district will commence, and B, when the tendering process for the project will commence, and in C, what the estimated cost of the project is.
Question 377 is expected to be asked by Mr. Chinga Miyutu, who is Kalabo Central Member of Parliament, and this question will be directed to the Minister of Education. He wants to know, in A, what the benefits and challenges of the introduction of grants in public schools are, and in B, what measures are being taken to mitigate the challenges.
So, of course, we have two motions, and the first one is coming from Mr. Newton Samakai, who is a Minyulunga constituency member of Parliament. He will move a motion urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Local Government, Housing and Chiefs Affairs on the consideration of the review of the implementation of the Constituency Development Fund for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 25th June 2024.
And we do expect Brigadier General Morgan Stwala, retired Kaoma Central Member of Parliament, to move a motion urging that this House adopts the report of the Zambian delegation to the 14th Ordinary Session of the Plenary Assembly of the Forum of Parliaments of Member States of the International Conference on the Great Lakes Region, the Member States in the International Conference on the Great Lakes Region, held in Livingstone, Zambia, from 15th to 19th April 2024 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 26th June 2024. And so that's the business that we expect the House to consider this afternoon. And we just now excite you to some pictures coming live from the chamber as we await the presiding officer's procession to make its way to the chamber as we await business to resume at 14:30 hours.
Order.
Honorable Members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
And sing of Zambia, proud and free, land of work and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for our right. We want freedom's fight, oh, and strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by those who blend. Let us all our people join as one, brothers under the sun, oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, I have two announcements. The first announcement is, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of students from the University of Zambia, School of Nursing Science in Lusaka district. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. You are welcome. You may take your seats. Thank you. The second announcement, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from MCM Mufurira School Mufurira School in Mufurira District, Kantanshi constituency. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. I thank you. You may take your seats. Notes of motion. Her Honor, the Vice President.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that Standing Order 26(1) of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2024, be suspended to enable the House to hear the address by His Excellency Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, on Friday, 28 June 2024.
The question is that Standing Order 26(1) of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2024, be suspended to facilitate the delivery of the special address by His Excellency Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, on Friday, 28 June 2024. Any debate? Her Honor, the Vice President.
Madam, as the House is aware, His Excellency Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, will address the House on 28 June 2024. Standing Order 26(1) provides for the suspension of business at 10:40 hours. It is therefore necessary to suspend this standing order to accommodate His Excellency Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, to address the House without any interruption. Madam, this is a procedural and non-controversial motion. I therefore urge all honorable members to support it. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you very much. Any further debate? I see none. Her Honor, the Vice President, winding up debate.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank all the honorable members for silently supporting this motion, and indeed as we welcome the President tomorrow, 28th June 2024. Thank you, Madam.
I put the question. The question is that Standing Order 26(1) of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2024, be suspended to facilitate the delivery of the special address by His Excellency Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, on Friday, 28 June 2024. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Urgent matters without notice. I see two indications. The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to raise an urgent matter without notice to Her Honor the Vice President or or together with the Minister of Health, Madam Speaker.
You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have lost 10 people in a terrible accident in Lundazi, and 30 are admitted critically. Her Honor, the Vice President, this accident happened around 03 this morning, and right now, families are just mourning, and it's quite sad in my constituency. Her Honor, the Vice President, the request that I would want to make on behalf of the people of Lundazi is to see how your office as DMMU can be able to assist the people of Lundazi so that during this period of mourning, they can be assisted. To the Minister of Health, Madam Speaker, I've always stated that we only have one medical doctor at Lundazi District
Order, Honorable Member. Each Honorable Member should just raise one urgent matter without notice. You are attempting to raise two.
No, Madam Speaker, it was to request the Minister to send some doctors so that they can be able to assist with those who are injured in the same accident, Madam Speaker. I seek your guidance.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lundazi. Being a mother and a caring Member of Parliament for your constituency, you did not need to wait until now at this time, 14:39 hours, when the accident happened at night. You know that Her Honor, the Vice President's office is there all the time. The Honorable Minister of Health also, if approached, can be able to assist. So I'll urge you, Honorable Member for Lundazi, to engage the office of Her Honor, the Vice President, and the office of the Minister of Health to come to the aid of these people that are in need. This, therefore, does not qualify to be raised as a matter of urgent matter without notice, because it's something that can be done. It's one item, one incident which can be addressed through engaging. I would encourage honorable members to engage the ministers. I'm sure they are available, they will be there to assist. In the event that you encounter problems, why don't you state it? Come to my office, let's have a chat and see how we can help you overcome whatever challenges you are having. So please engage. Her Honor, the Vice President, is there. She's even here now. You can take a walk and have a chat and see how best you can have those people assisted. So we make progress. The Honorable Member for Shangombo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The matter is directed to the Minister of Tourism, but since not in the House, I honor the Vice President. Madam Speaker, last year, around November, a grade 4 girl was attacked by an elephant, leg and arm broken. Last month again, a woman and child were killed again. Today, in the morning, a woman again, as we are talking, is lying dead again, killed by an elephant today. I have been engaging the minister on the sidelines, but there is no action. The Director General of Parks, the same again, rangers in Sioma, every day I've been engaging them. But there's no action. But they are quick to act when they hear a rumor of somebody who has been seen with meat. They have fuel to go and arrest those people. Madam Speaker, this issue has been coming on the floor of the House from most members of Parliament here, from Chama North, South, my neighbor here from Skongo. At the moment, about 5 wards in Shangombo, 2 villages were raised down by the elephants. Some people are actually camping at schools, the newly built schools using CDF. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to clear my name because the people there think I'm not doing anything about it. So I want my name myself to be cleared that I have been reporting to government and the government is not acting on this matter where people are losing lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. This issue of human-animal conflicts, I think it was only Tuesday when the acting Minister of Tourism came to the floor of this House to discuss a matter or to deliver a statement on a matter that was raised by the Honorable Member for either Mpika or one of these constituencies. Mpika. So this problem is ongoing. I think we have had 4 or 5 ministerial statements on the same matter. Even on the last time when the ministerial statement was rendered, I urged everyone to, all of us to work together and see how we can overcome this problem. Because coming here, delivering a ministerial statement seems it's not yielding any result. And I'm just wondering, the people in Zimbabwe there, or even where do you go to Botswana, Chove Game Park, you see people jogging, walking, with animals, elephants are there, rhinos are there grazing together. So what is it that us as Zambians are doing, which is making the animals to attack us or to react? There must be something that we are doing. So let's learn. I would urge the Honorable Minister of Tourism to learn from the other neighboring countries to see how they are managing to live in harmony with animals. So sometimes also even us, from the videos that I've seen, us human beings also attack the elephants. We make noise, we hit them, we throw stones, we do all sorts of things. So I think it needs a concerted effort. Through the Ministry of Tourism, please let's see how best this matter can be resolved. We can't get rid of animals, we can't get rid of human beings. We have to learn to live with each other peacefully. So maybe we throw the ball to the Honorable Minister of Tourism, and for the avoidance of doubt, maybe to the general public, to the people of Zambia, your honorable members have been coming to the floor of this House, raising this same issue of animal-human conflict. But it looks like finding a solution is a mountain to climb. So don't castigate the honorable member for Shangombo. Don't cascade the honorable member from Pika, Nyimba, and several others. Mfuwe also, Nalolo, Sioma, even Luena, where we hardly saw lions, they are already there. So I think we need to do something more. We need to do something more. The Honorable Acting Minister of Tourism, please, when the substantive minister comes, do urge him to do something more so that we start seeing results. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. I'm sure the people of Shangombo have heard that the honorable member for Shangombo has presented their concerns. He wants to come back in 2026. So we can make progress. Questions for oral answer, understanding order 80. The honorable member from Pika.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Question number 376.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mpika, Honorable Kapyanga, is asking me the following questions. A, when the construction of the Michael Chilufya Sata School of Public Health in Mpika district will commence. B, when the tendering process for the project will commence. And the C, what the estimated cost of the project is. The answer is as follows. A, Madam Speaker, the construction of Michael Chilufya Sata School of Public Health will commence when resources are available. I didn't say that. B, The procurement process of the project will commence as soon as resources are available.
And departure for rentals. When they advertise for, they get applications all 500 because it's the only school in Muchinga Northern and part of Luapula province that is offering public health courses. Had it had enough infrastructure, it would be absorbing most of our youths, and it would cost on the it would cut on the cost of education. Instead of our youths coming to Lusaka and Copperbelt, they would simply go to Mpika. Therefore, I want to find out from the Minister of Infrastructure, at least when will the resources made available for such a very important school? Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for his concern, but let me assure him that government has noted the absence of a school of public health at Michael Chirufya Hospital, especially considering that the hospital has been upgraded to a general hospital. However, under the Infrastructure Operational Plan for 2024 to 2025, the Muchinga Provincial Health Office plans to construct a nursing school at Michael Chirufya Sata General Hospital when resources are made available. Government, as I've said in my initial response, is currently constrained by limited resources due to the huge debt situation that the country is in. Therefore, new infrastructure projects will only be undertaken once government's fiscal position improves and the numerous stalled projects across the country are completed and operationalized. When that happens, it will provide this country with the space to undertake new projects. But I hear what he says about renting at phenomenal costs and the fact that if it was fully operational, a lot more for our youth would find a respite in being in that institution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Nkana.
Madam Speaker, the response of when funds will be available has religiously been sung since we came to this Parliament. And I want to believe that it's not the issue of unavailability of funds, but priority. Today, Honourable Minister, you are aware that your counterpart in the Ministry of Local Government has been directing constituencies to spend over $100,000 towards buying of ambulances. Don't you think that it would be much more prudent to spend that $100,000 towards the construction? Because now this is the third year. Over $300,000 plus would have gone a long way in addressing this, infrastructure need in Mpika. Don't you think it appropriate that you should liaise with your colleague in the Ministry of Local Government to correctly apply some of those funds like the CDF instead of buying some of these vehicles that are overturning each and every day and apply it to a niche such as that, because it's not prudent, Madam Speaker, for government to be squatting or renting and spending 40,000 when we could have applied some of those resources to a need like that. Don't you think it is appropriate, Honorable Minister, that you should be liaising with your counterpart to apply some of those funds instead of misapplying as we are doing? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, I thank Honorable Member for Nkana. But in fact, this intervention should not be directed towards the Minister, because he talks about priority setting, and he talks about Minister of Local Government directing councils to spend $100,000 on ambulances. That is CDF money. Okay. The application of CDF money does not need the direction of the Minister of Local Government. If the council in Mpika, district council in Mpika, and all the available infrastructure that deals with CDF take the establishment of the Michael Chilofia School of Public Health as a priority, sure, they do not even need to come to this house. They can include that in their plans on the application of CDF, and that can then be spent. I try as hard as possible, Madam Speaker, when I'm asked questions on the floor of this house, to direct members of this house to use CDF, because I know that they have other routes to ensure that that CDF, if it is their wish, can be applied. They do not need ministers to direct them. So I agree with the minister, sorry to use the term minister, to the honorable member for Nkana, because I don't see it happening in the near term. But if the honorable member for Mpika can engage with his ward development committees, and since this is really the district hospital, there are 3 constituencies in Mpika. If they come together, if they feel that that is a priority, I'm sure contributions from all the constituencies can put up this facility. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you have indicated that the provincial administration has included Michael Chilufya Health Institution for 2024 infrastructure. Are you able to advise us how far the provincial administration have reached in terms of ensuring that they start the construction? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Yes, I did say that I've included in the plans, and this will be done when resources are made available. But one route of making these sources available is the suggestion that has come from the honorable member from Nkana, use of CDF. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wanted to find out from the Minister, since we'll be approving the budget for 2024-2025 very soon, are you planning to budget for this very important infrastructure? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, I don't know what the honorable member from Nakonde is talking about, 2024-25 budget. I thought that our budget year is aligned with the calendar year. So if he's talking about the 2024 realigned budget, I think that is meant to address some of the issues that we have, occasioned by the severe drought that we have, where we have shortage of electricity, we have shortage of food. I think in the main, that is what the realignment of that budget is seeking to address, as well as to pay. Since the rescheduling of the debt, there is need now to continue to restart the servicing of debt. That is the realignment of the budget. With respect to the 2025 budget, is free, including the Member of Parliament from Pika, to engage with relevant ministries to lobby for the inclusion of this or any other project that they may feel. And depending on the availability of resources, it may or may not be included. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And before I pose my question, I would like to join you, as well as members of Parliament, for welcoming our children from Kantanshi. Madam Speaker, the school is the school I went to from reception to grade 7, so I'm very proud for their visit. Honourable Minister, when the MP for Mpika was asking a question, something that came to my mind, which I thought would be part of your answer, was these training schools, including Ronald Ross Hospital, and I have Kabwe, where there's been an interest from private sector. These schools, they have capacities of about 70 people, 80 people, but you find 1,000 have applied, and those particular applicants have paid non-refundable fees of, let's say, maybe 150 kwacha or 200. So one wonders where that money goes when these institutions do not even select those people. But my question is, when are you going to speed up private sector involvement in expanding these institutions? And I have Ronald Ross, I have Kabwe School of Nursing in mind, where a private sector application under PPP has been lying there for the last 1 year. And yet, you are telling us that when funds will be available. When are you going to speed up private sector participation? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for Kantanshi for raising on this follow-up question. I think it's appropriate that when he has visitors in this house, his voice is heard. But he makes a very good suggestion. Let me inform him and the House that the Kabwe School of Nursing, already we have had an approach from the Honourable Member of Parliament for Kabwe Central, she's over there, soliciting for a PPP on that particular institution. But she has gone further to identify those that may want to put in an unsolicited bid. We welcome unsolicited bid. We welcome you as members of Parliament when you come across such situations to come forth to us and present these matters. We shall then advise the various routes through which these bids can be processed. And I hope that the one that you mentioned, which is Kabwe School of Nursing, that we can do that. If yourself at Ronald Ross Hospital, you feel the same route can be used, come and speak to us. We shall advise on how that can be started. And the same is applicable also to the Mike Wichilufia asset. The overriding factor, the determining factor as to whether a PPP is appropriate or not, are the numbers that can use the facility that a private investor is able to put up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mpika.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honourable Minister, you have talked of using Constituency Development Fund. And in your submission, you said Mpika has 3 constituencies. Let me put it on record that Mpika constituency today is 1 district, 1 constituency. We appreciate the enhancement of CDF. However, the construction of a full-fledged college cannot cost less than 100 million. It's not possible. And even if it would cost 33 million, Madam Speaker, it's not the entire amount of CDF that is committed to projects. It's just about 60%. And in that 60%, we prioritize the presidential directives. In this case, in 2023 and 2024, in Mpika consecutively, we remained with 4.8 million for which to use on projects that were submitted by the communities, because the other amount went for what the president wanted to be done using the Constituency Development Fund. May I remind the ministers that like to refer to the use of CDF that it's not deliberatory. It's because even on CDF we are constrained. Madam Speaker, my question is, our country has cooperating partners such as JICA and other cooperating partners. But these ones, they cannot listen to a member of parliament. They can only listen to a ministry. Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, would you engage such cooperating partners to ensure that at least they construct Michael Chirufyasata School of Public Health? Madam Speaker, I thank you so sincerely for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sometimes I refer back to the time when I was in Parliament when there were 3 constituencies, but it is right, correct, that there are now more districts now. There was Kachivia, Mfu, and the Mpika itself, but there are now different districts. The suggestion to use CDF, it did not come from me. It came from your neighbor. You sit next to each other. I don't know if whether you are talking, you will talk, or you don't talk. Okay. So you are right. If it's costing that sort of money, then CDF is not appropriate. That's why in my first response and second follow-up response, I didn't mention it. Let me say something on the use of cooperating partners. Yes, we do engage with cooperating partners. Yes, it is not really possible for members of parliament to initiate and conclude discussions with cooperating partners. Madam Speaker, that's why we require the cooperation of the whole House when it comes of matters that require us to work together. Matters of security, Madam Speaker, there should be no opposition, there should be no ruling party. Matters of international cooperation, like the ones you're suggesting, there should be no opposition, there should be no ruling party. But all too often, we see that even in matters of international relations, we see certain members of the opposition taking positions that disadvantage the country. And when we do that, it becomes difficult now to properly engage with international partners for matters such as this. But if we are working as one team, it will then be possible, really, to ensure that we get as much as we can from cooperating partners for use on issues such as the ones raised here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Bahati.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Minister, in your response, you alluded to the fact that the project, the tendering process will commence when you have designs. So I wanted to find out from you, who's designing this particular school? Is it a private architect or it's architects in your ministry? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
I thank the Honourable Member for Bahati. Let me repeat what I said with respect to the designs. The total estimated costs of the School of Public Health will be known once the designs are completed and the contractor procured. The designs as to how the school looks like is done by government. Government, yes. GRZ, BOMA. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Vuvwi.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the response given to the Honorable Member for Mpika. My follow-up question, Honorable Minister, in your response, you said that most of the new projects you start only when you complete these old projects which are dotted across the country. Like, for example, like the boarding school in Vubwi. My question is, when are you likely to complete these projects which are dotted across? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
I thank the Honourable Member for Vubwi. But I think his follow-up question relates to schools. This question is about Michael Chirofia School of Public Health. So if they want an answer on schools, and many people here want answers on schools, maybe a separate question will suffice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Vuvwi. You advise maybe you can put in another question if you want it to be addressed. So we make progress. The next question, the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 377.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Miu, to ask the Minister of Education, A, what the benefits and challenges of the introduction of grants in public schools are, and B, what measures are being taken to mitigate the challenges. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that A, the introduction of grants in public schools has several benefits and fewer challenges. The House may wish to note that grants to public schools were enhanced by as much as 200% in 2022 when the government introduced free education from early childhood right through primary to secondary school subsectors. This was meant to compensate schools for the loss in revenue following the abolishment of PTA fees and other payments that parents were making, such as examination fees. These school grants are now dispensed to respective school bank accounts electronically and equitably in conformity with the school guidelines for utilizing grants. Therefore, the main critical benefits of introducing grants to public schools are twofold. Firstly, from the government and system point of view, the benefits are as follows. One, financial support. Grants provide much needed financial support to public schools as they implement the Education for All policy, helping them to fund important initiatives such as maintenance of infrastructure, improving school management, provision of teacher and learning materials, teacher and learner support programs, and offering extracurricular programs. This ultimately ensures inclusive and equitable quality education provision, resulting in enhanced learning outcomes. Two, enhance education opportunities. Grants promote lifelong learning opportunities for all and enable public schools to offer students a broader range of education opportunities, such as specialized programs, two-tier pathways, particularly vocational skills development and extracurricular activities, which have enriched the learning experience among learners. This wide range of learning experiences creates an enabling learning environment, making children believe there is always something for them to attend to school. 3, support for disadvantaged students. Grants have been targeted to support students from disadvantaged backgrounds.
Honorable Member for Mitete, please tone down, tone down. I can hear whatever you are saying from here. May the Minister continue.
Providing resources to help close the achievement gap and ensure that all learners have access to high quality education and skills development. For instance, the grants under the Constituent Development Fund support over 80% of orphans and vulnerable children in accessing secondary boarding. In addition, there are other special grants for orphans and vulnerable children. 4, innovation and creativity. Grants encourage innovation and creativity in public schools by providing funding for new teaching methods, curriculum development and implementation, educational research, promoting innovation, engineering and entrepreneurship, and also accelerating science, technology, engineering and mathematics, STEM. That's the growth and development, such as junior engineers, technicians, and scientists, which is JETS, which has become a prestigious and high-profile event in the Zambian school calendar. In addition, competitions in various fields among learners have been implemented, which put together have led to improved student outcomes. On the other hand, as clients, including pupils, parents, and the community, the following are the benefits. 1, increased disposable income for parents and guardians. It is an economic empowerment to parents as they are left to use the resources that would have been used for school fees elsewhere. 2, school pupils benefit from funding as money allocated to their institution enables the provision of facilities and more curriculum options, which create a conducive teaching and learning environment for learners to achieve better outcomes, including higher test scores, increased graduation rates, and other improved indicators of student achievement. 3, funding to schools creates business with a skilled, trained workforce and fosters networking opportunities that build and enhance partnerships. In addition, community benefits include, but are not limited to the following. 1, creates employment for local communities as schools pay them wages which are crucial for their economic growth and social stability. 2, the burden of paying for school fees has been taken over by government, creating additional disposable income for their other needs. And 3, schools give community members business opportunities who can supply schools with various school requisites. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note and appreciate that public education is a worthy investment for the government with immense social and economic benefits, not only to the learners, but also to their communities. Research shows that individuals who graduate and have access to quality education throughout primary and secondary school are more likely to find gainful employment, have stable families, and be active and proactive citizens. They are also less likely to commit serious crimes, less likely to place high demands on the public health care system, and less likely to be enrolled in welfare assistance programs, for instance, social cash transfer. A good education provides substantial benefits to individuals, and as individuals' benefits are aggregated throughout a community, creates broad social and economic benefits. Investing in public education is thus far more cost-effective for the government than paying for the social and economic consequences of underfunded, low-quality schools. However, the significant challenges encountered include the following. Overdependence on grants makes some school administrators fail to think outside the box regarding resource mobilization, such as production unit. 2, administrative burden. Managing grants can place an additional administrative burden on school staff, including writing proposals, reporting on progress, and complying with the grant requirements, which can divert time and resources away from core education activities, particularly in primary and combined schools where teachers are being used to perform accounts duties. 4. Inequity. There is a risk that grants may exacerbate existing inequities, as some schools may be more successful in managing grants than others, potentially widening the gap between schools. And B, the following measures are being taken to mitigate these challenges. School managers and staff managing funds and other resources are constantly being capacity built in the management of grants, planning, information, and resource mobilization. 2, the ministry has requested for Treasury Authority to recruit school accountants so that the funds in schools are managed by qualified personnel. And 3, guidelines for utilizing funds in schools have been revised to ensure that the operations of the schools are practical and efficient. The House may note that while grants can provide valuable resources and opportunities for public schools, members of Parliament need to continue working with the government to mitigate these challenges to ensure that all learners have access to a high-quality education. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. I notice we have been joined virtually by the Honorable Member for Kanchibia. What is happening here? Are you sick or tired or the way you are seated there? Okay, that's better. Supplementary questions, the Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to find out whether these school grants are equal in amount to all schools. If not, what factors does the government take into consideration when funding schools? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Education.
The grants are segregated according to the population of the school and how big the school is.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We give credit to the government for having actually increased the...
Point of order, Madam. Point of order.
There is a point of order. Honorable Minister of Local Government, what's the...
Madam, thank you very much. And I want to apologize to the colleague who was raising on a follow-up question. My point of order is pursuant to Cap 12 of the laws of Zambia, which speaks to the privileges and immunities of members of parliament. And that each time these privileges and immunities are abused, we must raise the flag. My point of order should have been raised contemporaneously, Madam, but I was traveling and following the deliberations on the radio station when the Honorable MP for Kana rose to ask a question to the Minister of Infrastructure and Urban Development, where he said, and I quote, that he should have spoken to me as Minister of Local Government, who has directed councils to spend $100,000 to buy ambulances, a fact that, in fact, does not exist. So he has misled the House, and I know that for a fact. And there are punitive measures that come alongside, for lack of a better term, telling a lie on the floor of Parliament. Or misleading, I withdraw that, I'm sorry. Misleading the Parliament, and deliberately so. Madam, as I pursue this point of order, I wish to bring you back to the history not so distant, when the same member of Parliament stood there where he sits and made a public declaration, pronouncement, that he did not need the CDF. He said it there. I know that the figure he mentioned on the floor of the House is incorrect, and therefore I rise on this point of order why he would deliberately, willfully mislead the House for melodramatism. I seek a ruling on this matter, Madam.
I noticed that when the Honorable Member Fonkana was making his had taken the floor, the Honorable Minister of Local Government was not in the House, and he has just come in, and he has taken immediately raised the point of order. So in terms of it having the point of order being raised contemporaneously, I think that meets the rules. And just for the avoidance of doubt, honorable members, as we debate on the floor of the House, we have to be alive to our standing orders. And in this regard, I will refer to Standing Order 71, content of speech. 1. A member who is debating shall A, confine his debate to the subject matter, but the relevant one is B, ensure that the information he or she provides to the House is factual and verifiable. Now, Honorable Member Fonkana, do you have any evidence to place on the table, on the floor of the House, to confirm that indeed 100,000 US dollars was used to buy ambulances?
Madam Speaker, if you permit me, I can produce the evidence of the instruction from the Minister.
So, Honorable Member, I'm giving you time to go and produce that document, to produce that evidence. Please kindly bring it to my office for verification, after which an appropriate ruling will be rendered. Thank you very much. So we go back. Honorable Member Fonkana, at this time you can't say anything. Just bring the information to my office, the evidence, bring it to my office, and then it will be verified. Sorry?
Madam Speaker. It's important because the point of order raised by the Minister is one that seems to suggest that I have tendered incorrect information. And I think that this matter must be addressed. The Honorable Minister is forgetting. He's the author of all the instructions pertaining to CDF.
The Honorable Member, we don't want to debate, to preempt the issues at this moment. The Honorable Minister has raised the point of order. I have guided. Please provide the information to my office. Then I'll be able to look at it, and then a relevant ruling will be rendered. So let's not preempt that process. The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was saying that I'm grateful that the New Dawn government did actually increase the funding.
Order. Honorable Member Fonkana, the rules are very clear that once the ruling has been rendered, you cannot immediately walk out. At least you should wait and sit. After some time, then you can go. But when you are walking out, it's like you are revolting against what I've just said. Just wait a few minutes, return to your seat. Then maybe after we finish with the Honorable Member for Kabwata, you can take leave, unless if it's urgent that you cannot hold it. No, we can get it even tomorrow. There is no problem. There is no rush. Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was saying I'm grateful that the New Dawn government did actually increase the grants to public schools, and this is a plus. I think this is the leadership that we were all looking for. However, Honourable Minister, the provision of these enhanced grants in these public schools has actually made some of these school administrators or school managers to have pando, what you call celebration over the same monies. We've heard of stories of the school managers misusing these funds. What measures have you put up in place so that we avoid such occurrences in future? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I I think I was talking about revised guidelines which were put in place. Obviously, at first it was a trading problem, and then when we revised the guidelines, they are quite clear. Obviously, old habits die hard, because they used to get school fees from parents, and our parents are not paying them. It is government which has taken the burden, and obviously, here and there you'll find people abusing. But I think the guidelines that we have given, even yourself can even be of help as MPs. I was telling the Committee of Parliament today that we may really try and give the guidelines to all the members of Parliament so that they know exactly what is obtained. It's not only the head teacher, because today I understand some head teacher and some deputy were arrested because they were saying that they were supplying chickens and beef, which they didn't. They only supplied the air. So such people are in danger of being arrested if they abuse public funds. But we will give you the guidelines so that you check and see that it's not only the head teacher who is supposed to be, of course, controlling, but there is a committee from various people, from various angles, who form part of the control of that man. So if the head teacher or deputy head teacher are doing that alone, they are in breach of the guidelines that we have stipulated. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Minister, I think some time back we received a circular on the audit that was done and selected the schools on how they have been using the grants. And it was noted that certain schools, they misused their funds. So I want to find out any punitive measures that have been taken to erring officers. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Many of those later on were actually cleared by the auditor themselves. So they were questioning, then before they answered, I think it was published. So when they answered the queries, I think most of them were cleared.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central, are you satisfied with the responses? The Honorable Member is satisfied. The Honorable Member for Iteji.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And the people of Iteji, Minister, they are grateful for the grants. They've really transformed the schools. My question, Minister, is the role of the PTAs in the schools. Just like you did mention, the schools have also relaxed in terms of being innovative. Even the parents, they seem to also relax a bit in terms of supporting government in the provision of education to their children. What interventions are you putting in place to ensure that the roles of parents still remains key in ensuring that these grants are used prudently and they also contribute to seeing that the schools functions well? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Yeah, like I said earlier on, Madam Speaker, I said that we have revised the guidelines. Parents are actually involved. Some of the parents in that are also involved in the running of those schools. But what I was thinking was that the parents must now be very happy that the burden has been taken away from them. Okay, so the same money which they should have been paying to the schools, it's the same money that they now use for other things. They can buy anything that they want. Every term, because we find quarterly. So every term, every other term, which used to be very stressful for parents. So this time around, parents are stress-free whenever schools are opening, because they know that they will not be asked to pay school fees. In terms of the parents to contribute towards that, I think the guidelines themselves talk about parents being involved also in the running of the schools and also in the running of those grants. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, the people of Nyimba are appreciative to your provision of grants to different schools. Now, my question, Minister, is that when giving out grants, especially on the primary schools and secondary schools, on the secondary schools, there are those which are on the national grid and those which are being managed on the by diesel generators, and we are giving them the same amount of money. Then there are those schools again, 1x3s, then a full-fledged school maybe with 20 classrooms block. Then my question is there a criteria you are using to separate, or you are giving them compulsory, a school which is fully fledged and those schools which are maybe 1x3, especially the one we are constructing now? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Education.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I stated that grants are dispersed to schools using a resource allocation formula, which uses enrollment as the main distribution parameter. So schools with a constantly fluctuating enrollment may be disadvantaged as the system is not in real time and it needs manual updating. So that is the criteria which is used. But in terms of those that use diesel, I think 2 days ago I was talking about the encouragement of solar system this time around. This morning I was able to say that sometimes a crisis can make you wake up. We have now known that hydro run electricity comes under pressure when we don't have rains. So we now have to start shifting towards solar system. And it lasts. We have got the sun as a product for our electricity. In England, where it is very cold and whatever, they are now using a solar system. So equally ourselves, since the President also pronounced himself to say that all the schools must have a solar system. Even for water recirculation, you need that. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Minister, thank you for highlighting the many benefits that the government, through the grants, are being offered to schools. Minister, I have in mind boarding schools. And since you have talked about the enrollment as one of the criteria that you are using to give these grants to schools, boarding schools seem to have more in terms of expenditure because of the utilities, in terms of electricity, water, sanitation, and so on. And some boarding schools have less number of learners, but the utility cost is quite high. Do you have any plans to help in these boarding schools, especially, that they spend more, but the enrollment that they have could be less compared to some day schools? Any plans that you have to help these boarding schools to overcome the challenge of, utility fees? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, that's a balancing act that we are trying to do. Like I said earlier, the parameters that we are using to allocate resources to these schools. You may wish to know that the ministry is exploring ways through the Zambia Education Enhancement Project to digitalize school census data collection to have real-time information such as enrollment. Because of this same free education policy, every other term we have so many enrollments. So you plan sometimes for this, because you don't have real-time data, the next term they're telling you they have 87,000 from the 8,000. So each time that we open a new term, there are more kids coming to schools. But for us, that is not a problem. If it is a problem, then it is a good problem, because we can see that the children are thirsty for knowledge, and the parents are telling their children to go to school. It means that what it tells you is that the parents still wanted the children to go to school, but they had no means. You can imagine closer to 2 million children are now in school. There were 4 million children in school. After free education, 6 million. 30% of this country is in school. If you extrapolate, because we're only 20 million people, if you extrapolate in the next 5 years or 6 years, there will be 10 million children in school, meaning that half this country will be in school, meaning that half of this country is young. Thank you.
Thank you. The last one will be from the Honorable Member from Sanzala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for the answers that you have given to the Member of Parliament for Karabu. My follow-up question, Minister, is on the boarding schools. Most of these boarding schools, they do run short of ration. I'm talking in terms of boarding meal and something like that. Are you, by any chance, planning to supplement such schools which have got challenges in food ration for our learners? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Education.
Also, maybe before I answer that question, it's just to appeal to many of our schools. How come some schools are innovative that they don't even need government subvention? Go here at Chipembe Girls Secondary School. They don't buy food. They do their own food, go into the class, because what they do for them, they go and do practical, and then they go into class. So, and they are girls, so they don't buy beef, they don't buy chickens, they don't buy, if you like, the only thing that they usually buy is cooking oil. I am sure in the next 1 or 2 years they will start getting their own cooking oil. They don't buy minimum. So it's about innovation in schools. You go to Lundazi Boarding Secondary School, it's the same. They are doing part of the grant. Inside there is embedded an amount for production unit. And we did pronounce ourselves about production unit in all the schools. So if you go to Lundazi, it's the same. In Lundazi Boarding Secondary School, they use the Malawan grid. When the Malawan grid goes down, their solar system works it. And those are the pupils who did that. So instead of wanting to say that we have now run short of a minimum, they can be doing production unit and get their own minimum. But also, probably I need to liaise with my colleague at local government. The kids who go for boarding schools, I think the money from local government goes late there in schools. So maybe this is where the catch-22 is. But otherwise, the grant is enough. And if the CDF money goes up front, they fill in the forms and then they are given the money which goes to the boarding schools, I do not think that problem would be there. Maybe that is another tearing problem that we may have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Notes of motion. The Honorable Member for Mwinilunga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do adopt the report of the Committee on Local Governance, Housing, adopt the report of the Committee on of the Constituency on the 25th June 2024.
Seconded?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Seconded by the Honorable Member for Mapatizia. The question is that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Local Governance, Housing and Chiefs Affairs on the consideration of the review of the implementation of the Constituency Development Fund for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 25th June 2024. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Mwinilunga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Against the background of immense stakeholder concerns over the implementation of the Enhanced Constituency Development Fund, CDF, the committee considered the topical issue, the review of the implementation of the Constituency Development Fund. Madam Speaker, the CDF was first introduced in Zambia in 1995 and was until 2016 provided for under Section 45 of the Local Government Act, Chapter 281 of the laws of Zambia. In 2016, the Constitution established the Constituency Development Fund. Subsequently, the Local Government Act was repealed and the Constituency Development Fund Act number 11 of 2018 was enacted to provide for the management, disbursement, utilization, and accountability of the fund. This act has since been repealed and replaced by the Constituency Development Fund Act number 1 of 2024. Madam Speaker, since 2021, the government had increased the amount allocated to the CDF per constituency from 1.6 million to 25.7 million in 2022 to 28.3 million in 2023 and 30.6 million in 2024. The expanded scope of the CDF covers 3 specific components, namely community projects, youth, women, community empowerment, and secondary boarding, school, and skills development bursaries. Notwithstanding the expanded scope of the CDF and increase in the funding, the committee observes that factors still exist that are impeding the smooth implementation. The committee's findings and recommendations are well documented in its report. However, allow me, Madam Speaker, to highlight some of the concerns raised by the stakeholders. Madam Speaker, while the legal framework governing the CDF is adequate, there is need to address the capacity challenges emanating from the World Development Committees not receiving any administrative support and the local authorities having staffing challenges on one hand, and the inability of local authorities and suppliers to deliver quality work on the other. Madam Speaker, the committee bemoans the lack of coordination and collaboration between the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development and other government ministries and departments such as the Ministry of Community Development and Social Services, Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts, Ministry of Technology and Science, and the Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprises. All these ministries have a stake in the smooth implementation of the CDF and should therefore have coordinated strategies. The committee urges the government to put in place measures to enhance collaboration among the stakeholders to improve implementation of the CDF. These stakeholders are actually implementing empowerment programs. Madam, a study of the implementation of the CDF cannot be completed without visiting CDF projects. In this regard, the committee undertook local tours of Lusaka, Central Copperbelt, and Northwestern provinces. One of the issues that the committee noted with concern during these tours is the growing trend by local authorities to undercost projects. This was attributed to, in some instances, having too many projects getting approved against their variable resources for projects. This, Madam Speaker, is affecting the quality of works being done by contractors. The committee in this regard implores the government to ensure that projects were correctly priced in order to achieve quality and value for money. Madam Speaker, the skills development component of the CDF is a life changer for many people in the country. However, there appears to be many gaps in the way funds to beneficiaries are being utilized. In light of this, the committee urges the government to take keen interest in the implementation of this vital component of the CDF. There was need to ensure that registered training schools were not defrauding the government by charging exorbitant tuition fees and in some cases failing to provide quality services. Madam Speaker, the committee further urges the government to undertake a national skills assessment exercised in order to realign skills training to emerging courses such as ICT and biomedical technology, among others. These skills should be included to the CDF bursary on skills development to enhance the country's skills set. Madam Speaker, honorable members, we agree that if well implemented, the CDF has the potential to spur national development and to transform livelihoods. It can be an important vehicle for attaining the decentralization agenda and fostering equitable development through citizen participation. In the same vein, the community projects can positively contribute to quality health care, education, and improved water and sanitation across the country. The loans and grants have huge potential to boost small and medium enterprises and to transform the economic landscape. At the same time, through the bursaries and skills development components, youths have an opportunity to acquire a decent education and lifelong survival skills. Therefore, the committee urges the government to urgently act on its recommendations so that the benefits of the CDF can achieve the desired outcomes, as envisaged by the architects of this progressive fund. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank your office and that of the clerk of the National Assembly for the support rendered throughout this session. I would also like to thank all the stakeholders that provided written memoranda which the committee relied on and government institutions that availed themselves during the committee's local tours. With these remarks, I urge all the members to support the report of the committee. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Mapatizia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to second the contents of this report. Madam Speaker, the CDF surely is a game changer and a perfect example of decentralization. We have seen it being increased from 1.6 in 3 years up to 30.6 million. The CDF under these components, the community development, the youth and women empowerment through grants and loans, the community projects, empowerment and bursaries. Madam Speaker, the committee took a local tour to the Copper Belt, Northwestern Province, Lusaka. And a lot of things are going on, Madam Speaker, despite this game changer. We saw during our local tour a lot of challenges. The bursaries, much as it is an empowerment tool to the youth of our country, Madam Speaker, the bursaries have not been utilized according to the way they are supposed to. Most of these young men abandon the courses they do, maybe because of social problems. This year there's a lot of hunger, therefore some people have opted even to go back home to look for employment. Some because of other social wills, some because of not being properly informed as to why this component has been given by government. Of course, others have really utilized it. We have seen in some areas where people or young men have gone back to their wives claiming that they cannot be away from home for so long. And these are some of the challenges, despite government's good intentions to reach out to the youth for the betterment of their lives, Madam Speaker, through the CDF. Madam Speaker, concerning the community projects, a lot of good works have been done through the CDF, classrooms, maternity annexes, and many more community projects, capital projects.
But there are problems with these capital projects, Madam Speaker. Some of them are not done up to standard. Some of them are abandoned by the way. According to the committee, Madam Speaker, the committee's findings, it was discovered that most of these contracts or contractors, they were not really aware, or they are not well versed with the procedures, especially in rural areas. These contracts have been, the cost hasn't been up to the standard, because probably for fear of one or two reasons, the local contractors complain that if the contracts go to national tender, they usually fall off. They don't qualify. So with these estimates brought down, I don't know for whatever reason, according to the committee's findings, it was found that the funds were not enough because it was the cost is not done accordingly. It's the funds, for lack of a better term, I think they compromise according to the amount which is not going to qualify for national tender. And this is what the committee discovered. And the committee would recommend that proper capacity building is given to these contractors before they undertake these contracts. Because most of them are taking time to complete, or some have even been abandoned by the way. Madam Speaker, concerning the empowerment, the loans, lack of capacity, and also incentives from government to the WDCs, Madam Speaker. There hasn't been any administrative help to the WDCs. They are doing it on voluntary basis. This has brought a lot of problems, Madam Speaker, to these this well-meaning CDF enhancement. What it is some of these WDCs, they get fatigued, there's no motivation to do the right thing. Therefore, government should at least consider maybe supporting them administratively so that they are able to reach different and faraway places, especially for rural constituencies, Madam Speaker. The committee is also urging government to take up to the sensitization of the locals on what projects to be done, because we have seen too many schools, classrooms. There are other things which could be done to develop our areas, but most of these places have received a lot of schools because it is, to them, they have not been sensitized. This is the best they know and what they do, and it has become routine year in, year out. These classrooms and also maternity wings have to be built in all the areas without considering other things to be done. Madam Speaker, the committee also discovered that the capacity of the councils, most of those councils, especially with more than one constituency, have been overloaded. Therefore, most of these projects are not done on time because of the lack of capacity. You find that maybe one district has got one quantity surveyor, and those are some of the challenges we face, Madam Speaker. Concerning the same developmental component of the capital projects, Madam Speaker, the committee found out on the ground that...
Order, honorable members. There's one member on my right who is standing and the other member on my left who is standing. You do not stand unless you are called upon to debate. As I guided yesterday, as you go out, please go out quietly. Do not stand, because you are disrupting the person who is on the floor debating, and also the other members who are listening.
Yes,
May
thank
the
you.
honorable member continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the monitoring and evaluation, Madam Speaker, the people who are doing the monitoring and evaluation mostly didn't have what it takes. They didn't have the know-how. They wouldn't tell which project is doing what because they haven't been communicated back to. Whenever a project is approved, there is no feedback to the community, and also there is no capacity for them to know whether this is done up to standard, Madam Speaker. With these few contributions, Madam Speaker, I would like to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? I see there is a lot of interest. So please, as we debate, let's avoid repeating ourselves. Let's bring out new issues than repeating what our other honorable members have stated, and also let's stick to the report. We start with the honorable member for Nkana.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to make comments on the report of your committee on the implementation of the Constituency Development Fund. Permit me, Madam Speaker, to start by making this appeal. There's been a growing tendency amongst ourselves to be sensational over statements that are made in this House and misrepresentations of fact. Once in this August House, Madam Speaker, I made a statement in which statement I had stated that the CDF, because of the gray areas surrounding its implementation, was beginning to look like it was a scam. Madam Speaker, when you say something is beginning to look like a scam, you are not actually saying it's a scam. But there's been a growing tendency in people to begin to misrepresent. Madam Speaker, earlier on here, I spoke on the directive that came from the Minister of Local Government, directing councils.
Order, just by way of guidance, honorable member, that matter is still pending determination before me.
Debating.
Pending your bringing the document. Let's leave that. Otherwise, then it renders the whole process negative. So just debate, that issue will be addressed adequately, I can assure you. You may proceed.
It's important, Madam Speaker, in a letter dated 11th December 2023, the Minister of Local Government directed councils to spend $112,500 towards the purchase of an ambulance. We are not in the business of being sensational, Madam Speaker, and we must put these things as facts. Madam Speaker, my contribution on the motion at hand is, time and again, we have spoken about the challenges of the implementation of CDF. And I want to be on record and I want to be as candid as I can be. CDF is a very good vehicle in as far as addressing some of the developmental deficiencies in our communities. And therefore, the decision to increase or enhance this fund was very well placed. The question we must be discussing, what has hindered the effective implementation of CDF? I think that is the center of the conversation we must be having here. And time and again, Madam Speaker, we have urged those in authorities to pay attention to the issues that we present, because otherwise, these are the issues that have made this otherwise very good initiative to look like it was a bad initiative. Madam Speaker, we've spoken about the issue of capacity of local authorities. Madam Speaker, some of the local authorities, like my local authority in Kitwe, handles 5 constituencies. The same lean team is handling 5 different constituencies. When we speak about capacity, we are talking about, number 1, competences. Do we have competent officers to be able to undertake this very huge assignment? That's number 1. Number 2, do we have enough human power or human capital in these councils to be able to handle, as an example, Kitwe, which has got 5 constituencies, Madam Speaker. When we say this, Madam Speaker, I can give examples. In my constituency, Nkana, there are projects that should have been implemented for 2022, Madam Speaker. As we speak today, this is 2024 mid. Projects that should have been done in 2022 have not been done. capacity of the local authorities, because the same lean team has to handle 5 constituencies. Bureaucracy, Madam Speaker. There is too much bureaucracy, a process that otherwise should take 2 months has taken, if you count from 2022, Madam Speaker. I have some clinics that should have been built in Kandabwe. This is 2024 June. A clinic that should have been built in Luyando. This is 2024 June, Madam Speaker. The other issue when we talk about bureaucracy, there seems to be a pull and tag between ministries. You make a proposition as a community that you want to construct a health facility. The Ministry of Health otherwise is putting in a different direction. This must be harmonized, and we have made these calls from time and again, Madam Speaker. And what do people choose? They choose to be sensational, to call us names, as if we are enemies. Madam Speaker, we are not enemies here. We are partners, and in our partnership, we bring to the fore issues that otherwise are impeding on the effective implementation of CDF. A good friend is one that is going to tell you that you are headed in the wrong direction. But when we do that, our friends choose to be sensational and choose to call us names. That is not correct, Madam Speaker. We are partners and we must work together. Madam Speaker, a good program to educate young people in skills has faced serious problems. Madam Speaker, serious problems. There is exploitation going on. And I can give an example, and I've argued this. A government facility in Kitwe that was charging 3,500 for young people to acquire skills. Because of CDF, today they are charging 15,000. That's exploitation. Same government, same institutions. When we talk about these things, we are seen to be enemies. Madam Speaker, this is not the only institutions. All of the institutions, Madam Speaker, are exploiting this fund. Who is going to address this? It is the minister and his team. But how can they address this if they are not listening? They are quick to label us as enemies when we bring this issue to the floor of the House. Madam Speaker, I want to stress, this program, a flagship of the UPND, is the only thing the UPND is holding on to now. If they mess it up, they'll be in trouble. They'll be in trouble, Madam Speaker. And the only way we can help them is to highlight these problems we are bringing here. Don't call us names. Listen to what we are saying, unless listen to what we are saying. Unless we are not making sense, Madam Speaker. We are partners, but in the partnership, the Bible says two cannot work together unless they agree. To agree, you must be willing to listen to the other.
Order. Honorable member, there is no quoting of the Bible in the House. It's not allowed. So use another way to make the same point. Proceed.
Madam Speaker, CDF is one of the ways in which we can actualize decentralization. You cannot actualize decentralization when the parent ministry is holding on to the power. Every now and then you are dictating what we must do. We've been directed to spend 2.7 million kwacha, $112,000, 500 on buying ambulances. The ministry is dictating to us. When you give us power to make a decision over this fund, give us that absolute power to make a decision. Don't hold on. That is the only way we can attain meaningful decentralization. When the Ministry of Local Government lets go, Honorable Minister, let go. This is the people's fund. We want to make our own decision on how we can spend this money. Madam Speaker, they said 30.6 million. If you cut away the empowerment and everything, we are only left with a meager 15 to 16,000 kwacha, or 16 million kwacha. If you look at the size of some of the constituents, that is a drop in the ocean. And Nkana is an example. So when we cry, we are not enemies. We are your partners. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I just want to firstly commend the chairman who presented this report. And on observation 4.4, if we look in the report, Madam Speaker, is telling us what we need to do as a country. There are issues we need to look at, first and foremost, to your members, Madam Speaker, on your right. What is important for every government to succeed is the success of the local government. And where we are now, local government, Madam Speaker, it's on the right track to see to it that we succeed. We have the resources, and for constituents like Nyimba, Madam Speaker, the resources are not even enough. Because my constituents, Madam Speaker, is the biggest constituency in the Eastern Province, sitting at 11,000 square kilometers. So meaning it's not even enough, because what we are doing here, people in a distance like Kabwe, they don't even appreciate what we are doing this side of the constituents. Madam Speaker, we have a good project where we are sending our kids for our children for skills training. I agree with the previous speaker. The charges are becoming unexplainable. No one can explain how people have increased them. But after these people graduate, what is it that we have for them as the returning graduates from the schools? Madam Speaker, you realize that we've come up with a system so-called EGP. This is a very good, brilliant, and a good idea. But it's not helping to our new graduates from schools, because the idea, this is my thinking, the idea of sending our kids out there for skills training is when they come back, they should find employment. And there are no employment out there in a constituency, in a district like my district, because there are no those industries. But we have the youths who are graduating as metal fabricators who can come up with workshops and do these things. There are those who are doing bricklaying, they can. But unfortunately, they are told to come up with this list of documents. They are told you can only bid through EGP. Failure to do that, Madam Speaker, surely to construct a VIP toilet in the rural part, a bricklayer, a new graduates, maybe with 2 or 3 they come up together, we want to subject them to EGP. That is not adding value to this good project UPND has come up with. We need to start looking at how do we help the new boys and girls who are coming out of the skills training centers so that we help them out. Madam Speaker, you may be disappointed to tell you that today, the pricing of our boards in the rural constituencies are abnormal. I would do from my home, my house, Madam Speaker, at a 30,000, 25,000 kwacha, 30, 40,000 kwacha. A CDF board, Madam Speaker, the people will tell you it's 75,000 kwacha. And when you ask, no, Honorable, this is how it is, because you know we are technocrats, we can do it. And the problem, they forget that for members to sit here, at one time they were also technocrats somewhere. That's why they are here. So now you tell them we are technocrats, it's 75,000 kwacha. Industrial one, it's a commercial one, 120, 150. Where are we going as a country? We need a proper whip coming from the ministry to see to it that these people we are working with, they should not look at a member of parliament that maybe is so blank that understands nothing. Madam Speaker, we need to look at the derailment in procurement. If UPND has to succeed in this sector, let's see to it that this parliament, I remember, Madam Speaker, I can't quote the day, but we approved, we changed the law to 14 days. Madam Speaker, you may wish to know that procurement is still sitting at 28 days, at 4 weeks. And where are we going? We are not moving. We approved the project as early as June, for example, January, February. Madam Speaker, even today, it's when we are doing procurement. The closing, this is June, it's when we'll be closing for this year. It's very disappointing. And the other thing is, I've begged institutions like ISO 2000, 9000 to train our officers. Our officers in local government, in any ministry, we are 2 steps behind what us, the communities want. We need to start moving. Failure to that, Madam Speaker, I can't see this project being appreciated. Madam Speaker, let me appreciate something. For the people coming from places like Squasha, the remote places of my constituents, today they can access a good education in secondary schools, thanks to CDF. That one I appreciate. Madam Speaker, today we had pressure in my constituency, a good school called Kachorora Secondary School, which was 99% people from Lusaka, but situated in Nyimba. Today, Madam Speaker, I can tell you that we had 50% Nyimba and Lusaka. At least the numbers of our kids have increased. Now, the Minister of Education, he understands that some schools have gone, they charge 3,000 and 2,500, and he has acknowledged and accepted that we should pay those schools. But if you look at the 1,000 kwachas we are paying to the boarding schools, sure, we need to be honest with ourselves. In 2018, 2019, if I'm not mistaken, it was about 1,200 kwacha a parent was paying. Can we adjust, Minister Education, in working with the Minister of Local Government, can we adjust upwards to see to it that our kids, our school-going children are having a decent meal at these schools? Madam Speaker, when I monitored one school, they are only what they call these soya tanks. This is what the kids are eating. So we are trying to tell our kids who are coming from rural areas that this is what you can do. You should go to a good school. This is a good school where you can be trained to become a nurse, to become a doctor, to become a lawyer, to become whoever you want to be. Then we are subjecting our kids to soya chunks every day. When you ask management, they say, Honorable, look, we have 1,000 for each. When our neighbor school, Chasa, is charging 2,000 or 3,000 kwacha, and CDF is paying the same money. So can we look at this and adjust upwards to see so that our schools can be managed at that professional level? We need, some of you here, 90% of you don't even take your kids to government schools because you don't want to subject them to such kind of food. So can we see to it that you start working on that one? Madam Speaker, I want to ask the Ministry of Local Government, because they are the custodian of this CDF. Minister, succeeding 100% you can, but can you work on the derailment and bureaucracy at the councils? It's hating your project. It's hating the UPND project. And for UPND members, this is a time you should see to it that you start fighting and tell the people what you have achieved from CDF. Keeping quiet does not help you. Keeping quiet will never take you back into government because people want to appreciate what you have done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Okay. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Pemba.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity on behalf of the good people of Pemba constituency to debate the report on local governance, housing, and chiefs affairs on the review of the implementation of CDF, ably moved by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Mwinilunga and seconded by the Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Munashabantu. From the outset, Madam Speaker, I wish to state that I do support the report of your committee. Due to limited time, and of course, giving opportunity to other honorable members to debate on this very important report of your committee, I'll focus my debate on the inadequacy of technical manpower, especially under engineering department. Madam Speaker, we need to build a construction team comprising of architecture, civil engineers, quantity surveyors, and electrical engineers in this department, which is a civil engineering department under local authority. Madam Speaker, these cadres of technocrats are very, very important in the implementation of community projects in our councils and our constituencies. Madam Speaker, We are constructing modern infrastructure in most of our rural areas, the wards. These modern infrastructures, we are also putting electricity powered by solar. The question we must ask ourselves when it comes to quality, who is the technocrats certifying the quality of this solar power that we put? At the same time, Madam Speaker, we need the skills of architects who will work with the engineers to come up with the designs, like the bridges, crossing point, and the other infrastructure. In the absence of these technocrats, Madam Speaker, we will end up having a challenge to have good works being done. Madam Speaker, your committee observed that most of the works done in our constituencies are of poor quality. One of the reasons why we have such a situation is because our technocrats have poor monitoring skills. Madam Speaker, the other challenge that we seem to have is where the BOQs prepared by our technocrats do not meet the standard. You find that the specification in the BOQ are not clear. For example, if you just say you paint the wall without giving clear specifications, you have different types of paint. The other contractor is getting paint from Decotex. The other one is getting paint from Colorites. You just have different shades. This also compromises the quality. Why? Because of the type of the technocrats that are managing our projects. Madam Speaker, the other example I would give you, when it comes to plumbing, if you just say you fix a tap, one will just bring in, and it becomes difficult to actually question the contractor when you have not given the clear specifications. So these are some of the challenges that we need to quickly sort out. Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate the office of the Honorable Member, the Minister of Local Government, for employing quite a number of engineers and quantity surveyors during the 2024 budget. But I want to stress that we still have some work to do. Some of the constituencies, we do not have the engineers, we do not have the quantity surveyors. I'll give you a typical example like Pemba District. We don't have a single engineer at that local authority. We don't have a quantity surveyor specifically to prepare the bill of quantities. And it is very important, Madam Speaker, to have the engineers who actually help us accelerate and implement the CDF projects. May I take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to indicate that really CDF is a game changer. Madam Speaker, I had an opportunity to travel to NOTEC, where I found that because of CDF, NOTEC recruited 7,000 students, and out of 7,000 students, Madam Speaker, 4,000 students are being sponsored under CDF, while 2,000 students are also sponsored under TVET, meaning 6,000 students are being supported by the government. At this point in time, it is very important, therefore, to understand that really CDF is a game changer. And Madam Speaker, I am a sad member of Parliament to actually come across an audio where a former president was telling his members not to support the CDF. In my view, that is sabotage. We need to support the CDF because CDF is a game changer. We cannot allow an individual to sabotage the effort of the New Dawn government. With these few words, Madam Speaker, I thank you, and once again, I support the motion.
Thank you. There's an indication from the Honorable Member from Pika. What's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me thank my colleague for a well-mounted debate. However, Madam Speaker, he veered off in a clear contradiction of our Standing Order number 71. He brought in a person who is outside this House who cannot defend himself. He referred to a former president. Madam Speaker, was he in order to say so? Madam Speaker, this is a house of rules. Why do we have... I need your protection, Madam Speaker, against some echoers on your right.
Order.
Madam Speaker, was in order to veer off from the report and bring in a person who could not defend himself in this House. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Order, honorable members, let's not interject, because we will not be adding any value to what the process that is ongoing. The honorable member referred to, I didn't get, you referred to what, honorable member for Pemba?
The former President, Madam Speaker, the owner of the slogan, Ubomba Mwibala, Alia Mwibala.
Now you are even making... So, honorable, according to the rules, our rules, we should not bring... we should not debate on the floor of the House members who are not able to defend themselves. You referred to a video. You referred to a video which you have not produced. So to that extent that the honorable member for Pemba referred to a video that was apparently doing circulation on social media, he has not tendered it on the floor of the House. He was out of order. So we make progress. The honorable member for Chimwemwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I support the motion, may I'll actually be brief and concise so I can leave some time for my colleagues. Madam Speaker, look at certain issues that are actually affecting us as Chimwemwe. Madam Speaker, I look at the 5% disaster component. Madam Speaker, as far as I'm concerned, disaster completely means that something that happens without notifying any person, it should be taken care of because we are avoiding calamity. But Speaker, this isn't the case with our 5% component. But Speaker, I will take a very good example from Chimwemwe itself. We've applied for this component to assist us, Madam Speaker, on the police station and 2 bridges that are actually giving up and could cause harm. But Speaker, we have a police station which sits in between Kamatipa and Kawama Ward. But Speaker, this is an area where it is highly populated. And we definitely need this police station, Madam Speaker, because we need security. The amount of crime that happens there, ma'am, is something that one wonders whether we have any police there. But Madam Speaker, we need this. Madam Speaker, we have a holding cell in the same police station, which holds about 20, 30 people. But Madam Speaker, but this police station has actually given up. You can actually see the crack running up from the ceiling right down up to the foundation. But Speaker, we've done everything possible, and truly speaking, is approval has already been done. But the biggest problem that we have...
Honorable member for Chimwemwe, I can see the honorable member for Nkana straining his ears to get what you are saying. If you can speak slowly and clearly so that honorable members can hear, can get... he was educated in America, so we can bear with him. You may proceed, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for your protection. Madam Speaker, this police station, Madam Speaker, if nothing is done now, Madam Speaker, we could face a calamity because it will crumble. We also have 2 bridges, Madam Speaker, which connect 2 areas of Chimwemwe, and these areas, Madam Speaker, have actually been almost cut off. But we're happy that the approval has already been done, and this was done last year. But Madam Speaker, the funds haven't actually been released. So for me, it looks like I'm much better off using the normal procedure of just capturing these projects and put them under CDF because that would be done quicker than the CDF, the disaster. So I hope the Minister will look upon this. But Speaker, there's another issue on skills development. But Speaker, this is a very nice portion of the CDF. However, Madam Speaker, the caliber of the students that we're getting from here, Madam Speaker, is questionable. But Speaker, I've never seen any university or any college or any school that gives 100% pass rate year in, year out. Madam Speaker, most of these colleges, this is what they're doing to our students. And Madam Speaker, one funny thing is I managed to speak to Mopani so that we could at least engage 10 of our students who underwent operator training. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, all the 10, Madam Speaker, failed the practical test. And this, Madam Speaker, in itself is telling you that as CDF, we're actually wasting our money because we're not having our kids trained. These institutions, Madam Speaker, are now more interested in making money rather than training our youth. Madam Speaker, this is something that the relevant ministry should actually have a look at and actually do some investigation to ensure that as we spend the money, we make sure that the quality that comes out of it, Madam Speaker, befits what we have spent. Madam Speaker, look at the construction projects. Most construction projects, Madam Speaker, are failing. The reason why they're failing, Madam Speaker, we need help. And this help should come from the Ministry of Local Government. Madam Speaker, most people that have undertaken these construction works are actually new entrants to the system. Madam Speaker, they do not have a QS who's going to come up with a proper tendered document. What they do is, Madam Speaker, they rely on anybody else who tells them they're able to put up figures and come up with figures. As a result, Madam Speaker, they go in with very low rates, and our procurement department at our local authorities, Madam Speaker, are not helping. What they do is they go ahead and give them the contracts. As the contracts begin, Madam Speaker, the contractors are unable to complete the works simply because they're undercoted. So what we need, Madam Speaker, is a situation where the council should actually have its own estimate. And before they raise any contract, Madam Speaker, they should ensure that they look at minus or positive 5%, meaning plus 5% or minus 5% from their estimate, to ensure that whichever contractor who's given the works will be able, Madam Speaker, to actually handle the works well. Because you will notice that some projects have been abandoned, Madam Speaker, not because the contractor is being clever. It's because the contractors actually run out of money. And other projects, Madam Speaker, some clever contractors, Madam Speaker, I don't know whether I should call them clever or should I call them crooked contractors, Madam Speaker, will finish the works. But what they do is they negotiate on the amount of cement to use. As a result, Madam Speaker, the tensile strength of a project, Madam Speaker, is compromised. Thus, Madam Speaker, after 3 years, you see that now the building is falling apart. But, Madam Speaker, there's another part. We are happy that we have now police vehicle. Now, the biggest problem, Madam Speaker, is we need these police vehicles to patrol our areas. The police do not have fuel. So I'm wondering whether the Minister could allow us to put a certain portion of money towards the fuel for these police vehicles, and perhaps maybe even service the vehicles for them. Because what we need is, Madam Speaker, we need to ensure that these police vehicles are doing patrols throughout the night with our own fuel, and should they break down, Madam Speaker, we'll be there to provide the space, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and I have noticed that these grade 6 contractors as well, they need help from the ministry. They're asked to pay for the NCC and EIZ. For me, I believe NCC is enough for them because already it's about 1,000 plus. EIZ, Madam Speaker, is almost 5,000 kwacha. So why do we have EIZ and NCC? Where the NCC can actually do the checking of the directors, it can check on the projects, yes. And also EIZ is doing the same thing. So, I mean, we're actually stifling our young contractors. Madam Speaker, before I sit, may I thank the mover of the motion and the seconder, because I've noticed that there's 2 projects in Chimwemwe which have been highlighted in your report, Madam Speaker, as one of the best projects undertaken. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if the Honorable Member for Shiwangandu can summarize for us what...
It was on a lighter note. The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given to the good people of Kabwata. Madam Speaker, I think the CDF is really a game changer. Today, I can tell you that even people who never believed in CDF, the theme of CDF is now sinking in their hearts. Even the people that believed at one point to say CDF was a scam, today are failing and are actually agreeing that CDF is actually a game changer. Madam Speaker, the CDF, I strongly believe that it should actually have been distributed or disbursed according to the number of people that we have in each and every constituency. For instance, I'll give an example. Kanyama constituency has got a population of over 700,000 people, meaning that you have close to 7 constituencies that are competing with one constituency. Look at Kawata. Kawata alone has over 450,000 people, but the monies that are always taken to Kawata, Kanyama, every time, whenever you try to implement the CDF, money goes, and the impact in society is not felt. I strongly believe that I think we should come up with a mechanism that will be able to allow those that have got constituencies that have got a huge population to benefit more, because you take development where there are people. Madam Speaker, on the issue of projects, I strongly believe that we really need to build capacity on local contractors, those that live within the constituencies. If you look at Kawata alone, Kawata has got a number of companies that are registered, but in the past what we saw was that most of the companies that were awarded some of these projects, they were actually coming from either Copper Belt or Kafue. I think we really need to build capacity on the contractors that we have within the constituencies. On the skills training, Madam Speaker, I strongly feel that we have done much, and we should continue improving on the numbers of students that we are training. Kawata alone has trained over 2,000 students who have acquired different skills. We've given them a lifeline. I strongly believe that what we need to do is to ensure that we check on some of these skills training centers that are providing education to our children. Madam Speaker, on the issue of grants and loan, I think, Madam Speaker, what we need to do is to speak to our beneficiaries, those that are actually applying for these loans and grants, that they need to change the mindset. Because most of the people, what they do is whenever they are given money, the only thing that they think is sharing the money, instead of developing their life, instead of developing their business around. Because once you develop your business as a community or as a cooperative, then it's easy for you to reduce even the poverty level at the household level. Madam Speaker, so there's much that we need to do on the loans and grants. Let's build capacity, let's ensure that people receive adequate training. If we are to engage people that are specialized in management of these loans, I think we can do that. Some of these commercial banks that we have given the monies of CDF to manage them, I think they are failing us. Look at one commercial bank that was given money to manage our funds in Kawata. I think they are failing us. You cannot take 6 months just to give out loans. It is not adding up. I think there's need for us also to start ensuring that these commercial banks are not using the money to generate more money, like buying treasury bills using the Constituency Development Fund. Madam Speaker, also on the issue of building capacity on the people that are actually providing the works, the WDC. I know that there's somewhere where I read that in every profit there's labor. I think let's come up with a solution to these people that are helping us to develop our communities. The World Development Committee members, we need to find a solution on how best we can start motivating them, because without motivation, nothing will ever move in life. Madam Speaker, on the issue of monitoring and evaluation, I think we need to do a lot. Most of these councils that we have around, I think they haven't done much. Yet we have provided them with the incentive of the vehicle that was actually purchased. I do not agree with somebody who says that when you have one council that is actually managing 5 constituencies, then you may not be able to succeed in whatever you are doing. Madam Speaker, Lusaka City Council alone has 7 constituencies, and most of these constituencies, look at the way Mandevu constituency has actually managed to implement the CDF. Look at the way Kawata has managed to implement CDF, meaning that we are actually doing what we were trained and taught to do. Madam Speaker, on the issue of pricing, again on projects, we have seen that most of these projects that are being implemented, it's either Lusaka...
Order, Honorable Member from Pika. You were given an opportunity to debate, and I've seen that you've been debating while seated. Please allow your other honorable members to debate. If you have any concern, push it to the next honorable member from Pika would want to say something, so that we have an opportunity to cover as many members as possible, because this is a very topical issue and we would want as many members of parliament to debate. So let's not raise unnecessary points of order. If you have a point you want to react, write it down, respond when you are given an opportunity to speak. If you have already spoken, share with your other honorable member to bring it out. May the honorable member for Kawata continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the issue of pricing, Madam Speaker, I think we need to do a lot, because most of these prices that they are giving us, these are exaggerated price, and we are now seeing that people are actually reaping from CDF. Even when it comes to skills training, the fees that people are paying, those are not normal fees, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the issue of audit, I think there's need for us to see an audit report on how far we have fared with the CDF monies, Madam Speaker, and also the issue of procurement, Madam Speaker. I think on the procurement issue, I think there's still much to be done, because we haven't done a lot. We need to ensure that we make things easier for those that are actually doing the work. The procurement is what we are still having some challenges. So these few words, Madam Speaker, I want to say that the good people of Kawata do support this report. Thank you.
Thank you. The honorable member from Sanzala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. As the time is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Thank you very much. I'm still watching Parliament at television, the session that brings the Parliament closer to you, and the business has been suspended for 20 minutes, a health break, and at the time business was suspended. Under consideration is the committee report which was made by Mr. Newton Samakai, who is a member of Parliament, and we expect the Honourable MP for Sanzala to continue.
And we now take a look at some of the business that has been considered on the floor from the time business resumed at 14:30 hours. And when business resumed, Madam Speaker did make 2 announcements. In her first announcement, Madam Speaker recognized the presence in the public gallery of students from the University of Zambia School of Nursing Sciences in Lusaka district. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly.
And in the second announcement, Madam Speaker did recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from MCM Mufurira School in Mufurira District, Kantanshi constituency. And on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker did warmly welcome the visitors to the National Assembly.
And later on, our owner, the Vice President, did move a motion urging that Standing Order 26-1 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024 be suspended to facilitate the delivery of the special address by His Excellency Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, on Friday, 28th June 2024, and this motion has been agreed to.
Yeah, after the House, I went on to consider 2 questions for oral answer understanding order 80. These are questions for ordinary, which are ordinary in nature. Taza?
And so basically that's just the business that has been considered so far. Just now we take a break. Do join us on the other side.
You can now advertise on Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. For more information, call 0977 854102 or 0977 536487. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
The National Assembly of Zambia celebrates 100 years of representing the voice of the people.
As the National Assembly clocks 100 years, what I wish to state is we now need to shift, I think, from the way in which some legislations or pieces of legislation are being structured. We now need to factor in how progressive laws are supposed to be instituted in our pieces of legislation. One of the laws that I wish to advocate for as the National Assembly clocks 100 years is one to do with the terms of office for parliamentarians. I think I would like to advocate for the fact that they're supposed to now get to be entitled to 2 terms of office, just like the presidential terms, not to have members of parliament that stay there in perpetuity. We need people with fresh brains and fresh ideas to make sure that Zambia or the National Assembly is able to inculcate progressive laws into the way the affairs of this nation are going to run.
As the National Assembly hits 100 years of existence, I'd like to wish them all the best as they celebrate 100 years of existence, and that God would bless them and give them all the wisdom that they need as they deliberate on national issues to make our lives better.
On this day, I just want to wish a happy 100 years to National Assembly. Thank you.
I just want to wish National Assembly happy 100 years.
Monga nkani ya parliament. Palwanga ine parliament ni wishinga kuenda kusogoro. Ya ni pempa chabe mtendere noti kuti kuyambana parliament monga ni chani ya. Ndiye komere kumachokera mtendere wonse bantu bapano pa Zambia mtendere kumachokera ku parliament. Parliament ngesi napange vintu vanzeru sitinga nkale bwino. So ni wishinga che mtendere kuenda maezi na maezi.
I just want to wish a happy 100 years to the National Assembly of Zambia.
I just want to wish the National Assembly a happy 100 years and more years, and we pray for peace in the nation. Stay blessed.
I just want to wish the National Assembly a happy 100 years anniversary.
I wish happy 100 years to the National Assembly of Zambia.
I'm very happy pakumanisha 100 years National Assembly. So ndi chintu chimwe cha kukankamusha sana, so that abali bonse abanga kumanya 100 years bafire batashopa buteko bweso bule tusunga kusafika pali inoshita.
Niamikira National Assembly familia kwanisa 100 years. So niamika pa bintu bonse ba Mzambia.
Nambera mushe National Assembly kwanisa 100 years. Nane ndeveno shinga. Thank you.
Ndetotero icharo cha Zambia pakwekala mutende. Happy birthday National Assembly.
Ndetotera sana pakwanisha 100 years muli a National Assembly.
The National Assembly of Zambia celebrates 100 years of representing the voice of the people. The National Assembly of Zambia celebrates 100 years of representing the voice of the people.
Well, my message to Parliament, first and foremost, we are happy that Zambia is celebrating the 100 years, marking a milestone in the history and evolution of National Assembly in Zambia, being the legislative body that plays a key role in terms of oversight, representation, but also policy formulation. We're really excited looking at the milestones that Zambia has made so far, from colonial to democracy, but most importantly, I think the way we've evolved around legislation, legal framework and legislation in Zambia. So we're really happy that we all getting together to celebrate the 100 years of existence, and my message basically is that this is a time we're supposed to sit and reflect and looking at the socio-economic development Zambia has attained so far. Yes, we're going through a very sad development where we have experiencing economic crisis, but also I think it's important at this stage to look back and see how far we've come as a nation, what we've achieved together as a nation, the kind of legislation we've put in place that helps us to hold government accountable, and other accountability measures that have been put in place, the kind of policies that have been put in place, but also most importantly, the representation that gives a voice to the ordinary Zambian citizens. And so we are so delighted. The 100 years means a lot for us, and we know it's a journey of a milestone, and this far the Lord has brought us as a nation, and we're hopeful that in the years to come we will be able to attain a lot of achievements as a nation based on the history and where we're coming from. Initially, remember, Zambia was colonized, so we had moved from colonial to a place in 1964 when Zambia attained its independence. We have seen National Assembly playing a very key oversight role in ensuring that government brings development to its people. Most of the decisions are made in Parliament, but also representation. The people that sit in Parliament are people that are elected from the constituencies, and we believe that as they sit in Parliament, they represent our voices from the different communities. That speaks to our social and economic development, but also most importantly, I think the democratic dispensation journey. We are from one state, then we went to a multi-partism, and now we are in a multi-partism state. We even have access to Information Act and other legislation that speaks to holding government accountable. We are coming from we are coming from a space where probably we didn't even understand what human rights were. We didn't even know or what the law entails. We are coming from a space where we could not even speak to hold government accountable. We now can speak at any fora and actually, hold government accountable at whatever levels. We are talking about, policies that have been put in place to enhance social and economic development from the education sector, from health sector, from infrastructure, water and development, and all those are decisions which are made in Parliament. And so even the budget itself, for the government to function, the budget that we use, the national budget, it's an instrument that is passed in Parliament, approved in Parliament. So for me, and looking at where we are coming from also, I think from the time that we had attained independence to where we are today, we find that the budget cycle has evolved. The budgets have evolved. We are coming from probably, as a nation, the time that we are attaining democracy, probably the population was around 5 million, and we're now talking about a population of 20 million. So a lot has happened, but there's still more that we can improve as a nation to be more effective and be able to respond more to the needs of the Zambian people. But this far we can say we're really independent, and what we need is to uphold and own the independence, but also own the National Assembly of Zambia, because it's one of the key oversight institutions that we have.
The National Assembly of Zambia celebrates 100 years of representing the voice of the people. The National Assembly of Zambia celebrates 100 years of representing the voice of the people.
I am Lieutenant Colonel Henry Muyowa, retired, a freedom fighter. I joined the freedom struggle 1959, and I'm a former MP for Shuangandu. My message is that, yes, for sure, in these 100 years, we have achieved a lot, but we still have a lot to do. That as we who are former MPs with the current MPs, we should interact and we should share issues. Based on our experience, we will be able to advise you accordingly. My fellow members of Parliament, my former MP, we should be serious in scrutinizing the laws that we pass in Parliament. That the laws must be in the interest of Zambians, laws that will benefit Zambians in terms of unity and peace. And the laws should not be segregative. There are some laws at the moment, like our current constitution, which is segregative. I'm saying no, we should sit down, and the constitution must accommodate every Zambian, and every Zambian should be free to participate freely in all issues pertaining to Zambia based on the Zambian laws.
My name is John Alan Sandwe, freedom fighter. I am happy to know that our Parliament has reached 100 years. So we are saying to our colleagues that happy 100 years. We pray that you will continue for love, peace and unity in the country as you proceed now after your 100 years. We wish you all the best, all the strength, all the wisdom in these years. It has not been easy to reach 100 years. It is because of your hard work, focus, and all that happen to those who work very, very hard like you.
My name is Manuel Ngambi, a former UNIP councillor. I just greet all Zambians that today we are privileged to have the officers here. We are happy that Zambia the national parliament has reached 100 years. Congratulations, congratulations.
The National Assembly of Zambia celebrates 100 years of representing the voice of the people.
You can now advertise on Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. For more information, call 0977 854102 or 0977 536487. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Thank you so much. This is the Parliament Television, the station that brings the Parliament closer to you. So business resumes at 17 hours, and under consideration is the motion moved by Mr. Newton Samakai, who is Mwinjilunga constituency member of Parliament, urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Local Governance, Housing and Chiefs Affairs on the consideration of the review of the implementation of the Constituency Development Fund for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 25th June 2024, and this motion was seconded by Mapatija, member of Parliament.
Exactly, Joe. This motion was seconded by Ms. Imelda Munashabantu, who is Mapatizia Member of Parliament, and we've seen quite a number of members of Parliament debate to this motion, and yet to be considered also is a motion expected to be moved by Brigadier General Morgan Sitwala, retired, who is Kauma Central Member of Parliament, urging that this House adopts the report of the Zambian delegation to the 14th Ordinary Session of the Plenary Assembly of the Forum of Parliaments of Member States of the International Conference on the Great Lakes Region, held in Livingstone, Zambia, from 15th to 19th April 2024 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 26th June 2024.
Yes, indeed. So far, the House has considered 2 questions for oral answer under Standing Order 80. Remember, the questions which fall under this standing order are those questions which are ordinary in nature, and the first one came from Mr. Francis Kampianga, who did direct his question to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, and the second one came from Mr. Chinga Minuto, Karabo Central Member of Parliament. He did ask the Minister of Education and will be able to give you the details in regards to the answers which were provided by Honorable Ministers.
We must make mention that earlier on, Her Honor, the Vice President, did move a motion urging that Standing Order 26(1) of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2024, be suspended to facilitate the delivery of the special address by His Excellency Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, on Friday, 28 June 2024, and this motion was agreed to.
Yes, indeed. That I'll just remind our viewers that when business resumed this afternoon at 48 hours, Madam Speaker did make 2 announcements. In the first announcement, she did recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from MCM Mufurira School in Mufurira District. This is the Antanshi constituency, and on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker did warmly welcome the visitors to the National Assembly.
Indeed, and shortly we will be taking you back for the live parliamentary proceedings, where we expect debates on a motion that was moved by Mr. Newton Samakai, who is Munyilunga Member of Parliament, to continue. So keep watching Parliament Television as we now take you to the floor of the House. Thank you for still watching Parliament Television. Bells are still ringing, meaning the quorum has not yet been constituted. It is a requirement that 1/3 of members of Parliament needs to be present for business to be transacted on the floor of the House. And so once a quorum is constituted, business of the House will resume, and we expect debates on a motion that was moved by Mr. Newton Samakai Mwinilunga, Member of Parliament, to continue. The motion is urging that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Local Governance, Housing and Chiefs Affairs on the consideration of the review of the implementation of the Constituency Development Fund for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 25th June 2024. This motion was seconded by Ms. Imelda Munashabantu, who is Mapatizia Member of Parliament, and we do expect Musanzala Member of Parliament, that is Mr. Elias Daka, to debate this motion, as at the time business was being suspended for the 20 minutes health break, he was just about to begin his debate. And Joe, we did see quite a number of members of Parliament debate to this motion.
Yes, indeed, and still to come, we expect the House also to consider the motion to be moved by General Sitwala, retired, who is Kawama Central Constituency Member of Parliament, urging the House to adopt the report of the Zambia delegation to the 40th Ordinary Session of the Plenary Assembly of the Forum of Parliaments of the Member States of the International Conference on the Great Lakes region, held in Livingstone, Zambia from 15th to 19th April 2024 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 26th June 2024.
And earlier on, when business resumed, Madam Speaker did make two announcements. In her first announcement, Madam Speaker recognized the presence in the public gallery of students from the University of Zambia School of Nursing Sciences in Lusaka District. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly.
And in the second announcement, Madam Speaker recognized the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from AMCM Muforira School in Muforira District, Kantanshi constituency, and on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, she warmly welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly.
And later on, the Vice President did move a motion, suspend standing orders 26-1. Just now, we take it to the floor of the House.
Order. When business was suspended, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Mwinilunga that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Local Governance, Housing and Chiefs Affairs on the consideration of the review of the implementation of the Constituency Development Fund for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 25th June 2024, and the Honorable Member for Musanzala was about to start debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Firstly, I would like to thank the mover of the motion, of the report, and the seconder for doing a good job. Firstly, I want to hope the Minister is listening.
The Chair.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I want to first thank the government for increasing this CDF, and also to put it on record that it's a good vehicle that we can use to develop our mother Zambia. But following the report from what the mover said, he mentioned something to do with capacity, and then he mentioned also the issue of coordination. So on those 2 points, Madam Speaker, are the areas that I want to concentrate my debate on. Starting with the capacity. Yes, Madam Speaker, your committee is right by indicating to the whole House and report that the capacity of most of these local councils, not only local councils, even other quasi-government departments like TVET, they are also having similar challenges because they are institutions that are accredited to TVET. But you find that the whole country, they have just 4 inspectors who cannot manage to inspect these TVET institutions. I can cite an example of, there are a lot of schools that have registered now, and they are offering these TVET and skills development. You find that it is difficult for them even to go and monitor what they are doing because they are few in numbers. They can't manage to go and inspect all the institutions that they have given licenses to them. So I urge government to also look into these other sectors so that they can balance up on numbers, because we are spending money on these skills. We are taking our children to schools that are not fully backing our learners so that they can provide or they can live and sustain themselves. So we need to see the change, more especially as we are employing, let's employ more workers under TEVIT so that they can supervise the schools that they are giving licenses. In return, we can have better results for our citizens. Equally, on capacity also, I would like to mention to the committee of this House, through you, Madam Speaker, that even the ward development committees that we are entrusting to do this good job, they need also to make sure that the local councils give capacity to the ward development committees, because even their training, I've witnessed one training where they just go one day to train a particular group of people, which is not sufficient enough for them to give capacity to our local people. So I urge the government and the minister to make sure that they improve on these areas, even just also to put incentives to them, because these are just volunteers, the ward development committees who are not paid. So if we can give them a token, it will motivate them to do a good job for our people. We'll even reduce the corruption that is taking place, because some of these ward development committees, just because they are not getting anything, they tend to get some small token from people. Then they add those names into the list of those to go for training. I also wanted to talk about the coordination. The coordination, Madam Speaker, you find that even the councils and other institutions, I can cite an example of Ministry of Education and the local council. You find in 1 year, you allocate funds to one project. And that is happening because there is no coordination between the two institutions, Ministry of Education and the local council. You fund the project, then you hear the next day that this project is already funded by the central government. So if there will be a good coordination, we can save funds and do more projects in our areas. The other thing, Madam Speaker, that I also want to talk about is lack of conducting monitoring. You find even when we are procuring desks, we are told, or we tell the contractors to say, before you deliver these desks to our various schools, there's need for our local councils to monitor and go and inspect these desks. But because the numbers of workers is limited, you find you have just one director of works. Maybe in other institutions, like in my council, I have just one director of works, who is a deputy. The other person went for school for more than 5 years. But you look at the work is suffering. So through you, Madam Speaker, I urge the minister to look into all those areas so that we can have quality and proper projects that are being done through CDF, because it's a lot of money, and mind you, it is taxpayers' money, which we need value for money, and our people should benefit from this project. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I also want to urge the ministry, through you, Madam Speaker, that even when we are allocating or we are giving this instruction from central government, like to purchase ambulances, these are the things we purchase. Let's reduce the actions, because even the ward development committees, they become demoralized, because year in, year out, they propose projects which come on board, but we can't fund those projects because most of the funds is being taken out by what the central government is giving us instruction. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Dundumwezi. Honorable members, in order to save time, we've been hearing the same issues over and over again. Can we just debate on issues that have not been mentioned? A special request, the Honorable Member for Dundumwezi.
Madam Speaker, I'm very grateful for giving me and the people of Dundumwezi to bring in certain issues that I feel have not been dealt with adequately. First of all, allow me to thank Honorable Samakai, my agent, and also the seconder of the report, Honorable Munashawan, for ably seconding the motion. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to bring in one component that I feel should have been included on the CDF, especially something to do with the bursaries. Madam Speaker, we have a group of our society that are not benefiting from the CDF bursaries. And this is a group of the blind. Our youths who are blind, Madam Speaker, are limited in terms of what skills they can do. I want to ask the Honorable Minister to include the blind as a special case. Madam Speaker, I have a certain family in a certain constituency that I will not name because it's not my constituency, where the eldest brother in that family is blind. And his two young brothers, the last two young brothers, are also blind. And these children or these youths have struggled to go to school or to go to colleges because they want to do teaching and CDF does not cater for this. And it's my plea to the Honorable Minister to look into such situations. How can we assist them? They cannot do skills because of their nature. My other concern, just allow me to re-emphasize on the issue of the EGP. I think this is not sitting well with our people, especially the upcoming contractors from rural areas. This EGP issue, Honorable Minister, please, can you look at it again? Most of our rural people are being pushed in the sideways. They are unable to get the contracts because of its problematic nature. Disaster component. Madam Speaker, a disaster is something that may occur unexpected. So I wanted to ask the Honorable Minister, I don't know why you have the chairperson in a district, the DC, as the chairperson of the disaster management. But again, this money sits under the local authority. Why don't we transfer this money from the local authority into the DC's office so that where there's a disaster, we can, or he or she can, the DC can immediately access that money. What happens now, Madam Speaker, is a situation where you have a blown-off roof. For instance, it's a health center. You only require 40 iron sheets. And it goes through the same procurement processes, which takes a very long time. And meanwhile, if it is in a rain season, the building ends up getting weak because of heavy rains. This also same applies if you have a school that has been blown off. We cannot access this money immediately, but this is a disaster component. There are situations, Madam Speaker, in Dundumwezi where a borehole breaks down, and you just need maybe a cylinder and 4 pipes to work on it so that people can continue accessing clean water. It goes through the same procurement processes that take sometimes 6 months. Why don't we shift this money, Honorable Minister, to a DC where this money can easily be accessed in an event of a disaster? I think these are some of the things that can help us do better. The issue of banks holding on to people's money, I think I can re-emphasize. Why should we allow a situation, Madam Speaker, where banks keep people's money for 1 year? I can tell you, for instance, in 2022, where some of the people who borrowed money in Dundumwezi wanted to go in grain trading. And you know, grain trading is a business that is supposed to be done at a specific time of the year. The banks kept the money up to a period where all the grain was mopped out of the constituency. By the time our people were getting this money, they could not get any grain. If you go now, Madam Speaker, we sat as a committee. If you look at the repayment rate, it's quite poor. And one of the reasons is because we give people at the wrong time. How do you give people who want to go in agriculture? You will release money in a month like January. What type of crop are they going to do? So most of the time when you look at the loans component, the banks keep our money unnecessarily. Here's the government that gives us money that wants to empower people, but we have allowed a situation where this money is sitting in the banks. Procurement is another issue. We have money, but people are suffering. Can we ensure that there is time that is allocated by each group that sits to approve? If it is WDC, give them 5 days to approve. CDF, 5 days to approve. My grader, Madam Speaker, took 1 year. From last year, 2023, I only received the grader 3 weeks ago. Go to Dundumwezi and see how people are now excited by just the 5 kilometers the grader has done. We can do better. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to the Honorable Member for Mwinilunga, the mover of this motion on a very, very important report, Madam Speaker, which is your report. Madam Speaker, on the onset, let me first and foremost sincerely appreciate and thank the President, His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, and his new Dawn government, because CDF, even if we say after everything such as empowerment, bursaries and skills, even if we remain with the 16 million, it's a lot of money, Madam Speaker, because that money was not there. So first and foremost, we need to appreciate where we're coming from and then where we are going. That is my preamble. Madam Speaker, the issue of capacity with the councils, it's a notorious fact what the honorable members are saying. And we've had a lot of issues in terms of procurement of projects. The council issue of capacity, we need to relook at it and see to it that if not only capacity of qualification, Madam Speaker, if you look at local authorities, people are qualified, but it's an issue of numbers. If you look at Ndola City Council, Madam Speaker, we've got 4 constituencies. The same procurement committee has to sit for Bwana Mkubwa constituency, has to sit for Ndola Central, has to sit for Chifubu and Kabushi constituency. So this is where we are having issues on lead time of these projects, because if we look at 2023, some of the projects, that's when we did groundbreaking, and now they're underway in terms of construction. So those are the bottlenecks which we have. But also issues of change management, because local authorities, Madam Speaker, have got a laissez-faire attitude towards their work. If you have to do issues of loans, there's back and forth. Issues of projects, there's back and forth. Even issues of maintenance of so much of these equipments we've bought. Bwana Mkubwa bought a grader and so many other equipments. For them just to fix, to grease to what you have to run with them. So there's an issue of change management on which our colleagues in those local authorities should ensure that they look at things. This is a very innovative program which is a game changer. But the way it's being handled, that's where we have issues, because our colleagues are not taking the utmost seriousness to ensure that these community-based projects face in terms of monitoring and evaluation. Council, you have to push them to go and monitor these projects. Sometimes you have to carry them to go and inspect these projects. And they'll give you information which is not telling when you go on the ground to see the project and what they have. This is where we have the delinkage. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, this CDF is a game changer, and we've done so much, some of us in our constituencies, to ensure that we change lives of our people in terms of access to schools, in terms of access to health facilities. This we've done, as well as water. But we need, moving forward, to ensure that we streamline on issues of procurement, monitoring and evaluation. Madam Speaker, let me come to the issue of grants. Issues of accountability is also very, very important, as well as loans. We have disbursed loans for the past 2 years, in the 3rd year now. But there's a loophole, Minister of Local Government. You find I can pick even 10 of my relatives, get their NRCs, take them to council, get a certificate for 200 kwacha, have one account opened, money goes in that account, we pick it and share it. There's no proper accountability. We are giving people money which they are not using for the intended purpose, which they are not using to change their lives. This is where we have an issue. If we go to issues of bursaries and skills, we've got driving schools who have more or less made a cartel, Madam Speaker. All they do is they over-enroll, and council has got no capacity to monitor. They over-enroll. We've got 4 constituencies, and each constituency, if I send 1,000 students, Ndola Central says 1,000, we've got 4,000 to maybe 3 driving schools in the district. And you find there's a backlog, but money has been gotten already by these driving schools. And they sit with that money, and council cannot even manage to go and audit them and monitor that so much money is sitting at a particular skills training center, so that we can know that come next year, we are going now to take, this is the number, or we need to downsize because they are in backlog. So these are some of the bottlenecks which we need to find a mechanism, because government is going to lose a lot of funds. Not only driving schools, we have schools like NOTEC, we've got other schools which are training schools where we are sending our children. But funds are paid, but there's no correlation. There are also students who don't report. We pay for them, but you find they've gone for another course, they have not reported. How are we reconciling with local authorities so that government does not lose funds? So these are some of the bottlenecks and loopholes which we need to relook at to ensure that these hard-earned funds, because we don't have a luxury or a physical space in the country, we need to make sure that we utilize these funds for the intended purposes and the intended beneficiaries to ensure that our children in those facilities and constituencies, they can have a livelihood, and also to ensure that their lives are changed through some of these interventions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in my conclusion, lastly, the issue of procurement. I think my colleagues have lamented on that, they've debated well on that, issues of the EGP and all other issues and requirements such as EIZ certification and all that. We've got small-scale contractors who can't even afford to pay for EIZ, who can't even afford to pay for some of these documentation. So it's important that we also tailor-made some of this. We are not saying we take out the electronic platform. We can, But if we're doing that, let's find a way to sensitize our local contractors, our children. These people are taking to these schools who are creating smaller companies to see that they mobilize their fellow bricklayers to do construction in the communities. Because if you take a contractor there who's got EIZ, they will say, no, he's coming from Kitwe. No, he's coming from Lusaka. Then local people are not given an opportunity for them to tap into CDF, which is a very, very good program, Madam Speaker, where our children and our people can change their lives. Madam Speaker, I thought of bringing to your attention those few aspects through this very, very important report from your committee. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Namwala.
My mom has supported.
Okay. The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to add a voice on the motion before this House. Madam Speaker, I'll be failing in my debate if I won't thank the government for increasing the CDF from 1.6 to now 30.6 million. Without the increment, I wouldn't know what would have done in Kabwe Central constituency, because CDF have done wonders. Right now, with the pronouncement of free education, we have managed to construct so far about 7 classroom blocks, 1 by 3, and still others are still under construction. And a lot more. We have managed to do local courts, police sports, markets, mentioned but a few, even ablution blocks, water. We have done all this, even providing desks for our learners. We have managed because of this increment. So we say thank you so much to the government, because it would have been not easy for us. And I know area debaters have said of course, CDF is a flagship of UPND, and they are thinking this is the only thing. For me, I say this is not the only achievement for UPND. My colleague from Kana, I'm sure he has not forgotten that a president just commissioned and handed over Mopani, Mufuria, 28 shaft, all those things that the government have done. So not only CDF, so a lot more things government has done, the achievement for UPND. So, Madam Speaker, having said that, I just want to highlight 1 or 2 issues that we need to make sure that we improve on CDF. One, on skills training. Yes, I want to say thank you so much also, because in Kabwe, we are almost at 1,000 training the youths in various skills. But the challenge that we have is quality of the skills training school. We want to appeal through your ministry to collaborate with the Ministry of Science and Technology to make sure that these training schools, they are inspected. We have had challenges where our students, they go, and yet the conditions there are not okay, and yet they don't have proper equipment and tools to train our students. So we want to make sure on that we need to improve. And also on the issue of, we know we have a directive to make sure that we pay their meals allowance and transport allowance. We have a challenge because some of the students, when they are day scholars, and yet they are demanding to be given meals allowance, they are demanding to be given transport. So we need a proper guidance of who should receive, so that we do not have any problem. We have had the problems, especially in Kabwe. I might attest that we need proper guidance so that we don't have any problems with our students. The other issue is on the issue of our council officers. I must say that if there is any officers in Zambia, on any institution that have gone a lot of training, are council officers. Because we find most of the time they're out for workshops, for trainings in various fields. But yet we don't see, of course, much that would say that they learn out of it. I say so because under CDF, indeed, and I should think that it's not only in Kabwe, the councils have got no ownership of the CDF projects. You find most of the times we are pushing, you are fighting each other. I think as if they are just doing a favor to you to implement, to monitor these projects. I think this should be able to sink in the minds of our colleagues that they are the implementers. They should have ownership of the CDF projects. Because in fact, they are the ones who hold the money, they are the ones who implement, they are the ones who monitors, but it's like all the time we need to pull each other, which is not right for us if we are to achieve the objective goal of the CDF. So this is very important for them to understand that. So once that is done and there's also that ownership, then we'll be okay. Also, I want to reiterate that I think I know from Central MPs, we received a directive to be doing performance assessment of our CSCs, our town clerks. For us, I found it to be somehow not a good thing to do, because you are told, can you do a performance, for your CS, and yet we are told, can you submit somebody who is low at the commission, a lower person at the position at the lower commission, and through WhatsApp, through social media, so to say, because you are sending that information, your assessment, and all the social media, which is not good. So let's find a way of, if we are to do the performance assessment, we should not, when we do this, it's something which is confidential, it's something that is not going to bring tension within the office of the MP and the office of the TCs or the CSs. So I thought I should bring this to our attention so that we can be guided correctly. Thank you. Having said this, Madam Speaker, I beg to move and I support the report. Thank you.
Thank you. The caucus happening, Chama South. Please lower your voice. The Honorable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Kantanshi an opportunity to add a voice to this very important report. And indeed, we fully support it. And we in Kantanshi have highly benefited from CDF, and indeed it's a game changer. But I just thought that I could bring maybe 3 points or 4 to the minister that maybe his technocrats and himself they can think about. I think I'll draw you, Honourable Minister, through Madam Speaker, to the rate of implementation of infrastructure projects. I think what I've noticed from the CDF program is that it's been business as usual. You find to construct a police post 1 year. You find to construct a 1x3 classroom block 6 months. So in the process, you find that our people feel that these projects are not supportive. They are not showing that difference. So please try and bring in the private sector. The private sector, in this particular case, Madam Speaker, when I'm talking about innovation, is that if the private sector comes in as developers, we are given this money as CDF because after all these construction of mothers' shelters or these vehicles that we have bought, we will have money. Now, what will the money be for? Because the CDF money is supposed to develop communities. We're lacking, for example, houses for teachers. We're lacking houses for nurses. So the ministry needs to come up with an innovative plan of how the private sector can be used to build. Some of us who have got these, rural, peri-urban rural areas, which have schools, which have nurses. You come up with gated communities, or even if we're expanding classrooms, if we're using the private sector, there is no way you can be able to construct a police post or a classroom block for 6 months. So the same private developers will be able to now get the skills of these same contractors who are taking 1 year, 2 years to just build a simple, classroom block. So I think there is need for inducing private sector into CDF. The backup of the funding, Madam Speaker, is the same money that we're given. So I can amplify more beyond, this conversation. Then the second one is the length of time it's taking Attorney General to release, these contracts. We bought, for example, 2 tractors, Madam Speaker, almost 6 months ago. Up to now, the contract has not been cleared. We bought 2 tractors, 2 plows, and 2 planters to support our local farmers. It's been 6 months. And when you look at the exchange rate, so we might end up having the price of the tractors going up. So we want these projects to quickly be cleared so that, they are implemented. And maybe the third one is, I would like the ministry to look into the issue of these bursaries. You'll find these students, in our case, we have students coming from Luingu, coming from Mwinilunga, but we are receiving complaints that when they come and they're in these colleges, they are eating soya chunks, they are eating, their accommodation is not good. I think the ministry needs to quickly look at how that area can be improved, because as members of parliament, it's very difficult to go to council and say, okay, you gave this company or this institute this number of students, have you been checking what they are eating, and so on. So there should be a unit under the ministry that should look into that. I thought I could quickly just add, those few points to the many that my colleagues have added. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chiengi. The Honorable Member for Chiengi, not reachable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What's happening here? Madam Speaker, can you hear me?
Please go ahead. We are behind time.
Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing the people of Chiengi to add just a few words to this very important issue on the floor of the House. From the word go, the people of Chiengi would like to support this report. Madam Speaker, it's the issue of the skills training which all members have been talking about, but I would like to ask the ministry to put it in writing that it's not every child who wants to do the skills. I heard the announcement or the pronouncement by the President, His Excellency Dr. Hakainde Hichilema, who mentioned that these monies can be used for other other trainings like going to do health sciences courses. And we are finding it very difficult as members because most of them would want to do maybe diploma in nursing, which is RN and other courses. Unfortunately, because there has not been a letter that is showing or something that is official other than the announcement or the pronouncement done by the President. So I think it will help many members of parliament, including the young ones from Chieng and other constituencies, if we can have an official position on the issue of having the part of the money for bursaries and skills to be spent on those who want to do like nursing and clinical medicine. And then the other one is also the usage of local suppliers. Madam Speaker, nearly every member has lamented on quality. I think it's important as we have EGP that we allow to have quality suppliers from outside.
The Honorable Member for Chiengi, can we please have your video on?
Yes. Okay.
You may continue with the video on.
I'm trying to connect, Madam Speaker.
For Honorable Member for Chiengi, we want to make progress. We'll come back. The last member is the Honorable Member from Mpika.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to add the voice of the people of Mpika on this very important report. Let me hasten to thank the mover of the motion, the chairperson of the committee, for having done a good job in terms of highlighting the challenges that we are facing in as far as implementing the enhanced CDF is concerned. Madam Speaker, the Constituency Development Fund is a fund that is given to communities to make decisions over. However, Madam Speaker, we are seeing a situation where we're receiving a number of directives and circulars on the same fund. We understand, yes, it's the fund from government. But the communities must be allowed to make decisions on what projects they want to implement using the funds. Madam Speaker, I'll give you an example. In 2024 and 2023, Mpika had to request the Minister of Local Government, and let me hasten to thank him for having listened, that we should not have prioritized the construction of a National Assembly office. Instead, we needed to construct a health facility for the people, or rather the community of Chovera. Had we constructed, because that's what the people wanted, had we constructed the office, would have been left without funds to do a health facility. Let me also make mention, Madam Speaker, that there is need to put in place strict measures in as far as the administration of both grants and loans are concerned. Madam Speaker, if today a due diligence was made in most constituencies, these monies have not been used according to the intended purposes. And there is very little to write home about. The major reason is that some of the people that are being given the funds are not trained in as far as financial literacy is concerned. Neither the projects that they propose when getting the fund. They just go to someone who knows how to write a project proposal, write for them, and they get the funds. They do not even know how to implement the same project proposal. Madam Speaker, my colleagues have spoken about the EGP platform. Today, even a project for 5,000 kwacha, it has to be tendered. The tender process has to take its course. When you talk of the 5% disaster component, Madam Speaker, load shedding in Zambia started 2-3 months ago, and immediately we activated the disaster committee to give us a report as a CDF committee, so we could procure a genset for our urban clinic. Up to today, that process is ongoing. Where is emergency procurement? We have a disaster that we need to attend to, and the procurement process that we have to be subjected to is a normal procurement process. At what point do we treat this disaster as an urgent one? It is not known, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Local Government needs to help us to look at that particular component. Also, the issue of skills. Today, we are paying even more than 15,000 kwacha for skills development training. The same amount that some universities and colleges are charging. But we are not allowed to take children to colleges such as, to professional courses such as nursing, teaching, and other courses. We should be allowed, Madam Speaker. I know, maybe the wisdom behind it could be that we have the Higher Education Loans Board. But we have these ones who want to go and do nursing at colleges, for instance, Chilonga Nursing School. We have those who want to go and do teaching, for instance, at Mauko Moffat. They cannot be supported under CDF. Yet Mauko Moffat, per semester, they are just charging 6,000, and you send someone to go and do skills training at 15,000. Madam Speaker, our plea is that the ministry includes those on the skills development component, so that we also attend to vulnerable children in society. Madam Speaker, the issue of project approval. Projects approval should be done by the districts, so that within a day or two, projects are approved. We actualize and start the procurement processes. Madam Speaker, that will help expedite on the implementation. Right now, the projects that we should have implemented in January, we're still with them. And this is when we are about to finish the procurement processes. At what point do we implement the projects for 2024? Some of the 2024 projects will be implemented in 2025 because of the challenges that we face along the way. We appreciate the fact that some of these processes have been streamlined, but there is still more to be done to attain efficiency in as far as projects implementation is concerned. Honorable Minister, Madam Speaker, the ministry should also take interest in some of the director of works at these councils. Inefficiency starts from there. Even the quality of projects can only be attained when you have a very experienced director of works. In some areas, we even question to say what kind of an engineer would allow such a building. Very poor quality, even paint is falling off. You have to keep an eye on them every time for them to do a good job. The ministry should take interest in those. Such is a very good department which is supposed to give us quality works. And we can all attend that when we have experienced and serious directors of works in these departments. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you so much. Well debated. We had 12 debaters. I'll now invite the Honorable Minister of Local Government to respond.
How I wish, Madam Speaker, could have an extra 5 minutes to respond to all these debaters. I want to thank the chairman of the committee and his entire committee for generating such a report that seeks to improve the service delivery of government. As you know, Madam Speaker, the committee system is the heart and soul of every parliament, and what comes out of the committee is what is laid in the action taken report, and that becomes work in progress for the executive. I want to make a quick lamentation here that I have had a chat with the chairman and a few of his members, that the interest that has been generated from the debates this afternoon does not match with what was delivered in the committee. Madam, not a single member of parliament went to submit before the chairman of the committee. And that is worrisome. Because, like I said, what is cast in that report is work in progress for us, and that is what constitutes the action taken report. And every so often, over a period of time, you tick and say, we've done this, the concern of MPs. Most of what is going on here, I've taken notes, and I'm sure they are in the Hansard, but very seldom will they find themselves in the action taken report. My encouragement to members that yes, it's nice to debate and talk, but go and present to the committee. Make the committees an engine of parliament. Madam, I want to indicate that everything that is contained in that committee, the insightful reporting, we at the ministry appreciate, and we are going to make it our menu that we are going to work with for the next year until we attend to all the many issues that the committee has brought out. The chairman also sent me a note, basically to say that there was something that was missing in their report, to the effect that they wish that the CDF component of grants should be transferred to the CEC. I think that's the note that the chairman wrote, and so we'll take this and append it to your report. And there's a reason for that. And I would not fight about it, because this is the reason why, Madam Speaker, when this component was added on the CDF, members of parliament in their collective refused to get involved. They said, we don't want to start chasing debt, because it has its own ramifications to their own survival of coming back here. So the committee is recommending that we move that to the CEC. Madam, implementation of the CDF is one thing. We have developed a dashboard that speaks to the performance of every constituency. We have made one publication, and it has several extrapolations and interpretations. And if I take Mpika as an example, I wonder why the MP from Mpika would even be lamenting, because he's doing so well in this particular subject, and his team. And to just maybe fortify what I'm saying, when I went to Mpika last week, I found out that the innovation that they did at Mpika was stunning. They created a commercial wing of the council where they are partnered with some people who make concrete blocks. So all the capital community projects, the blocks are being bought from Mpika District Council. So they're percolating the economy there, and I even told the town clerk that I'm going to copy this model in Mazabuka, so that we can lessen the cost of achieving all these things that we are trying to do. So there we go, the implementation. The next phase is the impact. What I expected the most here is for members to actually say, this CDF has been impactful to our society. And I'm very glad that here not a single MP indicated that we would like the CDF to go back to 1.6 million kwacha per annum per constituency. An indication that there's a deep appreciation of what has happened. I do understand those who have said it's not enough. But a journey of 1,000,000 miles, Madam Speaker, starts with one step. And we took a giant step from 1.6 million kwacha to 30.6 million kwacha. Is no mean achievement. I expected that we must concentrate our effort on how this money is going to impact the societies whose interests and aspirations we are serving. Because clearly we have been given a task. I'm very glad that I didn't hear any of the MPs telling me here that the CDF, we should not have bought desks. The children should have continued sitting on the floor because it's not working. That's the impact. A learning environment has to be sanitized. And many have also lamented, Madam Speaker, about the hand of central government, the partnership which Honorable Mpundu spoke about. Yes, this is a partnership, except some are junior partners. How do you become a junior partner? You go to the vote. Once the people give you the vote, there's one who they give the pace of the country to manage. That becomes a senior partner. And that senior partner, in this particular case, UPND, did campaign based on certain promises to move children from sitting on the floor to sitting on the desks. We cannot sit back and simply say, let the children continue sitting on the floor because somebody is going to say, you are disturbing decentralization. There are those programs that we agreed. When the president said there's too much crime here in this country, we are going to buy police vehicles. And we don't buy police vehicles, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of parliament, every year. We only bought once. That 1HZ engine that we bought is a vehicle that can last you for 30-odd years. We are not looking in that direction no more about how we can manage to curb crime. Let's not be crybabies. I heard one MP here saying, now that we have a vehicle, he's a good friend of mine, we now need fuel. Jankara Branch, what has happened? Before it was 1.6 million, there was no police vehicle. Today there is 30.6 million, there's a police vehicle, and you want me to find fuel for you to curb crime? No. No. The committee system is the heart and soul of every parliament. And my expectation is that members, those brilliant ideas that you brought out on this floor today, put them in summary form. Please help me to help you. Put them in summary form, let them just end up in a discussion so that we can append them to this report that was generated by the committee. And we'll put it as food for thought as we deal with the action taken by government. Because that's what we intend to do. Madam Speaker, I wish to also now thank the members who debated very passionately. There are too many for me to mention one by one because of brevity of time. I've only got 2 minutes. I am grateful. My success as a minister, your minister, in this particular ministry is also your success. Your failure is also my failure. And sometimes time comes that we try to unsettle the comfortable whilst comforting the unsettled. Our people, we found them living in squalor, madam. Things were upside down. They were upside down. And now we took 30 million kwacha for you to administer, to be party to the decision making. My expectation is that let's hold hands and make it happen. Where it is not working well, you, first of all, the first point at the top of your thinking list is that the intention is good. How do we make it happen? That's my expectation. Because if we continue just debating, Tafile Bomba is not working, we don't even need it. No, they are asking us to buy ambulances. What is greater than life? What is greater than saving a life? Many people, Madam Speaker, have been losing their lives because of lack of emergency services. That is an area that we recognize ourselves. Is life greater than 89,000 kwacha? I must now disclose that those ambulances were bought for $89,000 through a bidding system and not 112. And that letter that the colleague was referring to was expunged, was withdrawn, because even in that letter, it was that letter that had asked for a motorbike at about 100,000 kwacha. We dropped it down to 25,000 kwacha. So follow the conversation. Follow the conversation. Those vehicles were $89,000 and not $100,000. And we don't need to wait for this floor to do a showdown. We simply must talk together. That partnership that the colleague has been mentioning, let's put it into practice. Let us put it into practice. I'm afraid my time is gone, madam, but if you allowed me, the EGP, just an extra minute, because it has been...
I'll give you 2 minutes.
I appreciate. In order for us to be conclusive about this, and when I talk about the EGP, I'm speaking for all other ministries, government machinery. The EGP was promulgated through a statutory instrument in 2020, before we took office. I don't want to go into those details because I've got a few minutes. It was promulgated in 2020, and as a law-abiding group of people, we implemented it in 2021. I can now confirm and disclose that this has been the concern of government up to the highest level. Even the president has said at many fora that any law that stands in the way of speedy delivery of services must be changed. EGP is one of those that we are targeting. So please just hold on. We are all going to be fine. The WDC is under 1 minute, madam. The committee is saying they're doing work pro bono. Under the Local Government Act, therein lies the functions of the WDC. It is very clear in that law that the existence and function of that committee is part-time. It is written in the law. Just now, the President authorized us, after we removed that component of the equalization fund, to pay councillors to be comfortable. It had to be innovation from the Minister of Finance to do that. Everywhere I've been, the WDCs are complaining, madam. And I keep telling them, please hold on. Once the engine of the economy starts to show fruit, your work will be remunerated. But for now, the law is clear. They are operating on a part-time basis. But we are not ignorant. We are not ignoring the fact that they are a very important component of the success of our program. We treasure them, we value them, but they must hold on. I thank you, madam.
Thank you so much. The Honorable Member for Mwinilunga, please wind up debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the various members that have made contribution to this motion. I don't want to repeat what they said, but I think the minister has run away with certain issues that are quite pertinent in this report. And I think one issue that requires to be mentioned by me is the overcharging by the institutions, learning institutions, colleges. They are overcharging the local authorities, and therefore we indict the TVETA to come and redress this matter so that the ground is leveled, we get value for money. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I thank everybody, including the Minister, for such a live debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Local Governance, Housing and Chiefs Affairs on the consideration of the review of the implementation of the Constituency Development Fund for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 25th June 2024. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Next motion, the Honourable Member for Kaoma Central.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do adopt the report of the Zambian delegation to the 14th Plenary Assembly of the Forum for Parliaments of the International Conference of the Great Lakes Region, held in Livingstone from 15th to 19th April 2024, laid on the table of the House on 26th June 2024.
Is the motion seconded?
Seconded, Madam Speaker.
Seconded by the Honourable Member for Mwandi. The question is that this House adopts the report of the Zambian delegation to the 14th Ordinary Session of the Plenary Assembly of the Forum of Parliaments of the Member States of the International Conference on the Great Lakes Region, held in Livingstone, Zambia from 15th to 19th April 2024 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 26th June 2024. Any debate? The Honourable Member for Kaoma Central.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 154 of the National Assembly Standing Orders 2024, I stand to give a statement on the proceedings of the 14th Plenary Assembly of the Forum for Parliaments of the International Conference of the Great Lakes Region, which was held in Livingstone from 15th to 19th April 2024 under the theme, The Role of Parliamentarians in the Promotion of Climate Adaptation in the Great Lakes Region. Madam, for the information of the House, the forum was established on 4th December 2008 in Kigali, Rwanda, with the purpose of promoting, keeping, and reinforcing peace and security in the Great Lakes region, as expressed by the heads of state and government in the Security, Stability, and Development Pact of the Great Lakes region, which was signed on 15th December 2006 in Nairobi, Kenya, and came into force on 21st June 2008. During the promulgation, speakers of parliaments of the members states of the Great Lakes region, mandated by their respective parliaments, stressed the point that democratically elected parliaments could play a major role in the promotion of peace, security, stability, mutual understanding, and friendship among the African people. They further stressed that member states could play a role in promoting solidarity, brotherhood, and good neighborliness among the states of the region. Therefore, the major role of the forum is to make parliamentary contribution to peace by putting in place mechanisms for better implementation of the pact, protocols, and programs of action outlined in the pact. Madam Speaker, the forum comprises 12 member states, namely the Republic of Angola, the Republic of Burundi, the Central African Republic, Congo-Brazzaville, the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Republic of Kenya, the Republic of Rwanda, the Republic of South Sudan, the Republic of the Sudan, the United Republic of Tanzania, the Republic of Uganda, and the Republic of Zambia. Of the 12 member states, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Congo-Brazzaville, and the Republic of Sudan did not attend the conference. The conference was officially opened and closed by the Right Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, Speaker Nelly Muti, who assumed the presidency of the forum the same day. Allow me, Madam, to bring to the attention of this Honorable House some of the highlights of her address to the forum. In her address, the Right Honorable Madam Speaker stressed the importance of the theme of the conference in view of the negative effects of the climate change that the planet is facing. She said that unfortunately, the Great Lakes region is not immune from the effects of climate change, as all member states in the region are already experiencing rising temperatures, erratic weather patterns, and environmental degradation. She indicated that on its part, during the 2023-2024 farming season, Zambia experienced a drought which resulted in the loss and the destruction of crops, affecting more than half of the farmers. Madam Speaker's address went on to point out that Zambia is committed to addressing issues relating to climate change. As a show of this commitment, the country is a signatory to the international instruments on climate change, such as the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate and the Paris Agreement. The government of Zambia created a standalone Ministry of Green Economy charged with the responsibility of addressing issues of climate change, among others, which is a demonstration of political will from the government at the highest level. Madam Speaker, in line with the theme of the conference, a presentation was made by a consultant, after which the member states made a number of resolutions based on the theme, which, among others, urges the member parliaments to, 1, use the legislative and the oversight function to ensure ratification and the domestication of international instruments on climate change in the respective ICGLR member states that have not done so, and the implementation in countries that have done so already. Secondly, apply their mandate to further ensure that dedicated structures, mechanisms, and resources are in place to step up national efforts on climate change adaptation and honor domestic and international commitments under the guidelines of the Paris Agreement. And lastly, emphasize the need for a clean energy transition as the main way to increase energy security and put an end to the Great Lakes region member states' dependence on fossil fuels. The conference went further to deliberate on the political, security, and humanitarian situation in the region. the conference was informed that whereas many member states in the region are stable, others continue to experience insecurity and conflicts and instability. These include the Central African Republic, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Republic of Sudan, and the Republic of South Sudan. Madam, after the deliberations, the 14th Plenary Assembly of the Forum of Parliaments of the International Conference of the Great Lakes Region adopted various resolutions on each of the countries plagued with conflicts. These are presented as appendices 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the report. I can just urge honorable members to take keen interest in these appendices. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, let me indicate that the Secretariat of the Great Lakes Forum has written to express gratitude on the professional manner in which the conference was organized. Credit should in this regard be extended to you, Madam Speaker, and the Clerk of the National Assembly and his staff for a job well done. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Mwandi.
Madam Speaker, in seconding the report or the motion that has been laid on the floor of the House, let me thank the Honorable Member for Kaoma, retired Brigadier General Stwala, for the way he has moved the motion. He says he's retired but not tired. Let me also thank the Speaker, who has taken over the presidency of the Great Lakes region. Madam Speaker, in having the discussion in regards to peace and security, the Great Lakes region realized the importance that the parliamentarians play in the role of climate change adaptation in the Great Lakes region. In this regard, Madam Speaker, the theme was very, very well received, especially that Zambia is also going through the same challenges like every other country is that has been affected by the effects of our climate change. Madam Speaker, we spoke about the temperature changes that are currently affecting Zambia, and we also spoke about, when we talk about peace and security, one of the most important components of peace and security is also food security. So in regards to the Great Lakes region, how do we reposition ourselves to making sure that the Great Lakes region have food security? Because, Madam Speaker, you cannot have security if you have food insecurity. We also spoke about water challenges that are being faced in the Great Lakes region, Madam Speaker, and how do we reposition ourselves. In that, Madam Speaker, we also spoke about climate change financing. This is carbon trading. This is an issue that we need to interrogate and see how we can benefit. We also spoke, Madam Speaker, about the audits that needs to be done when this money is given so that it benefits the citizenry of that country. We also spoke about the clean energy transition. Madam Speaker, in this regard, we, the Great Lakes region, spoke about the transition is very, very welcome, but we should not disadvantage ourselves. We should be in a position to transition at a pace that we are comfortable with. Because we are talking about core energy. Should we transition at a quicker rate, that means that we are the ones that are going to be disadvantaged. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I support the report. I second. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Honorable Member for Nkana.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. I just want to just be on record and say a few words in regards to the report that has been tendered. There are a number of issues that the committee has highlighted as having been discussed, at the conference that whose report we are just tendering now, or that is being reported to now. Madam Speaker, I want to speak to the issue of the energy transition. A lot has been said, and Africa is being called upon to be proactive in the energy transition. Madam Speaker, you are aware that in the energy transition, we as Zambia are sitting at a very comfortable place because we possess the critical raw materials that are critical in this transition. The question lies in, are we taking advantage of these resources we are endowed with to go or to cash in as the world is now moving towards transiting to clean energy? Madam Speaker, one of the lamentations I've always had, these conversations are taking place at different forums. You will have SADC Parliament discussing energy transition. You will have different groupings discussing all this agenda of energy transition. The biggest problem has always been coordination. I want to give as an example, Madam Speaker. I was part of a delegation that went to Brussels, the OACP committee, and one of the prominent issues that was being discussed at the joint assembly of the OACP and the European Union was the issue of critical raw materials. Now, you are out having a conversation where African countries, Caribbean countries, Pacific countries are agreeing to have a common position on how to address issues of critical raw materials. Your government are doing completely different. So there's need for us to sync these discussions so that if a committee of parliament is having a discussion elsewhere, whatever they are discussing there is in sync with what the committee of ministers is also discussing wherever they may be. Because we are finding ourselves, you are having a conversation somewhere which is completely different from what the Council of Ministers are discussing wherever they may be. Madam Speaker, for me, I want to mention that time has come for Zambia to take advantage, for Africa, for the Great Lakes region, to take advantage of this initiative to transit from the old forms of energy into clean energy. And there's need for us to form a common position on how do we manage these resources. Madam Speaker, we're talking about the electric industry, electric car industry. In the electric car industry, Madam Speaker, you are aware, the critical materials includes lithium, cobalt, manganese, copper. All of those are abundant in these Great Lakes regions. Except we have not yet agreed on how do we leverage on these opportunities, these resources that we possess in our region. Because the Europeans and the people in the West are coming now to speak to individual countries, and they're exploiting our vulnerability. In a case where we need food, they will come and dangle a carrot. In the process, they walk away with these critical raw materials. So it is important, Madam Speaker, that as we are caucusing, as we are attending these important conversations, we are speaking one language. And when I emphasize the speaking one language, I'm talking about the language that is being spoken by members of parliament who are part of the different caucus groups. They are speaking the same language that the ministers are speaking, that the heads of states are speaking, so that we don't seem to be digressing. These ones are going that direction, the other ones are going that direction. Madam Speaker, the war in Ukraine has taught us, or should teach us, a very valuable lesson. Africa and the Great Lakes regions have the capacity to feed 3/4 of the world, because we have land, plenty of land which is arable. We have got good weather patterns, save for the last couple of years when we have experienced these climate issues. We have good water bodies. Madam Speaker, the war in Ukraine has presented a very big challenge, because the needs in the agriculture sector, particularly when we talk about fertilizers, it looks like we've all been trekking into that region that is now in conflict. Time has come that now the Great Lakes region must discuss how we can produce fertilizers within these regions. Because, Madam Speaker, we have everything needed for us to produce fertilizers. And our vulnerability during this period of the war in Ukraine should help us now shift posts from depending on the West and depending on ourselves. Because the only hindrance from us producing enough food to feed 3/4 of the world is the issue of fertilizers. The only time we'll be able to take advantage of this comparative advantage we have, land, water resources, good weather patterns, is that we are not able to produce our own fertilizers. I think that, Madam Speaker, those are the conversations that we must be having. How do we take advantage of our position as the Great Lakes regions in the abundance of our water resources, in the abundance of our land? How do we take advantage so that we can feed the entire world? It is a shame, Madam Speaker, that today, Zambia in particular, should be going begging for food when everything is at our disposal to produce enough food to feed the entire continent. Zambia can feed the entire continent, Madam Speaker, because we have everything at our disposal. The only missing ingredient is we depend on fertilizers, most of which are coming from a war-torn zone in Ukraine and Russia. Time has come for us to reposition ourselves to take advantage of these opportunities that we have so that we can emerge as a global giant in producing food, as a global giant in producing the critical raw materials that are needed in the energy transition. I thought I must add my voice, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I would like to congratulate our Honorable Madam Speaker for being elected chairperson of the Great Lakes Region Forum that was held in Livingstone, Zambia, which was discussing climate change in the world. Madam Speaker, I want to state that the Honorable Madam Speaker will be representing Zambia in this particular forum. We are proud of the achievements she has made in her short stint as Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia. Madam Speaker, it is indeed a shame, as the Honorable Member of Parliament from Nkana indicated, that Zambia is failing to feed herself when we have the natural resources which are in abundance, and that we have been failing to utilize the advantage. It is a shame, Madam Speaker, that the PF government that was in power for 10 years failed to utilize the advantage which we had. And ourselves, through the policies which we are putting in place to enhance agriculture, we are taking advantage of the situation that is currently obtaining in Zambia. Yes. Madam Speaker, I want to state that Zambia is concerned with the intensifying conflict that is occurring in the eastern DRC, which continues to affect Zambia. As a result of the conflict that is raging in eastern DRC, Zambia is being compelled to look after people of concern, a situation which should not have been the case if there was peace in the DRC. We therefore call upon all the warring parties in the DRC to find a lasting solution to the conflict in the DRC. Consequently, Madam Speaker, Zambia fully endorses the mediation efforts that are being carried out under the leadership of the Angolan President, João Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola, which focuses on DRC-Rwanda relations and the Nairobi process, which is an East African Community initiative led by former President Uhuru Kenyatta of Kenya. We call upon all peace-loving nations of the region and the world to fully support the initiatives. Madam Speaker, Zambia equally supports the initiatives of the international community in trying to find a solution to the civil war that is ravaging the Sudan. We also call upon the warring parties in Sudan to lay down their arms and engage in a peaceful process. We are also proud, Madam Speaker, that Zambia has been contributing peacekeepers in the UN process, viz. In the Central African Republic, where we have contributed 920 peacekeepers. We are proud of our men and women in uniform for the effort they are putting to ensure that there is peace in the Great Lakes region. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, we would like to support the recommendations that have been made by the committee led by Honorable General Swala, MP for Kaoma. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kaoma Central wind-up debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Allow me just to thank the Honorable Member of Parliament for Nkana, Honorable Pundu, for the debate. I also want to urge the Honorable members seated here just to ensure that if they have not gone through the report, they go through it. They must take interest in the events that are taking place in our region, as they have the potential to either affect us directly or indirectly, like the Minister has already mentioned. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. I want to thank the Office of the Clerk. I want to thank all the staff of Parliament who moved it to Livingstone. Actually, Parliament shifted. We had a mini Parliament in Livingstone. I want to thank everybody who participated. I think they made the event a success that it was. I would be failing in my duties, Madam Speaker, if I do not thank staff at Radisson Blue Hotel for looking after our guests since we were hosting. I think the event went on very well. We interacted with them very well. Allow me also to thank the Minister of Tourism and the Member of Parliament for Livingstone. He did support us in one or two ways while we were in Livingstone. Madam Speaker, I want finally, I think, to thank the Minister, to thank you once again for the opportunity to present this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that this House adopts the report of the Zambian delegation to the 14th Ordinary Session of the Plenary Assembly of the Forum of Parliaments of the Member States of the International Conference on the Great Lakes region held in Livingstone, Zambia from 15th to 19th April 2024 for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 26th June 2024. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. and the question is resolved in the affirmative. Order, honorable members. Her Honor, the Vice President, adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
For still watching Parliament television, the House has just adjourned, and we now take a look at business that has been considered today from the time business resumed at 14:30 hours. And when business resumed, Madam Speaker did make two announcements. In her first announcement, Madam Speaker recognized the presence in the public gallery of students from the University of Zambia School of Nursing Sciences in Lusaka district. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly.
And in the second announcement, Madam Speaker did recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from MCM Muforira School in Muforira District, Kantanshi constituency. And on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker did warmly welcome the visitors to the National Assembly.
Thereafter, Her Honor, the Vice President, did move a motion that Standing Order 26(1) of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024 be suspended to facilitate the delivery of the special address by His Excellency Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, on Friday, 28 June 2024, and this motion was agreed to.
Thereafter, the House did consider 2 questions for oral answer, understanding order 80 questions of ordinary nature. Other question 376 did come from Mr. Francis Kampianga, who is a Speaker, Member of Parliament. He did ask the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Health in Pika District will commence, and in response said that the construction as the funds are secured. And in answering Part B over the question, which was when the tendering process for the project will commence, so the Minister did say that the procurement will commence once resources are available. And on C, on the estimated cost of the project is, the Minister did say that this will be known once the designs are completed.
And that's just one of the questions that the House did consider. Of course, they did also consider question 377, understanding order 80. And after the consideration of questions for oral answer, the House went on to consider a motion that was moved by Mr. Newton Samakai, urging that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Local Governance, Housing and Chiefs Affairs on the consideration of the review of the implementation of the Constituency Development Fund for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 25th June 2024. This motion was seconded by Mapatizia, Member of Parliament, Ms. Imelda Munashabantu, and this report was adopted.
Thereafter, the House also did consider the motion, which was moved by Kaoma Central Member of Parliament, Brigadier General retired Stwala, urging the House to adopt the report over the Zambian delegation to the 14th ordinary session over the plenary assembly, over the forum of parliaments, over the member states, over the international conference on the Great Lakes region held in Livingstone, Zambia from 15th to 19th April 2024 for the third session over the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 26th June 2024. And this particular motion was seconded by Ms. Sibeso Sefolo, who is a Mandi constituency Member of Parliament, and this report was actually adopted as well.
And so that's the business that has been considered today. Remember to keep watching Parliament Television, and from all of us here at Parliament Television, have a pleasant evening.
This month, 2024 kicks off in Germany as footballing legends vie for continental supremacy.
Oh, that's stunning!
The madcap panel of comics are back to retell hilarious stories from their formative years.
Going to be blowing the whistle on their adolescent shizzle.
And the epic prequel to Game of Thrones returns as civil war threatens to tear House Targaryen apart.
I'm in to fight this war.
There's so much to enjoy on your home of entertainment, so upgrade to DStv Premium.